all of us, and an extra special day for some of us. 44 years ago today, I raised my right hand for the first time and swore an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States of America as a second lieutenant in the United States Air Force. And today is Election Day. And there are people serving all over the world today to make sure that we have the right to vote. So I hope everybody goes out and votes today. And we have a guest leader of our Pledge of Allegiance. I'd like Mr. Jim Beatty to come up, and you can see the flag over there. He's going to talk a little bit about that.
Good morning, supervisors and audience. Today we're going to pledge a very special flag, this one behind me. I'm going to pass around a picture here. And Sarah, when that picture gets to you, would you pass it out in the audience, please? And this is a picture of a building, and out in front of the building is a flagpole. And the flagpole has this flag on that flagpole. And this building is located in Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, Gitmo. And I was very fortunate to get this. My daughter, a graduate of Curtis Creek, Sonora High, graduated from Cal Poly with a civil engineering degree and worked for a large engineering company. And they were charged with performing a cleanup at Gitmo. And so she's been there and just working on the cleanup of Gitmo. So this is a very special gift to me, and if you'd be kind enough to stand and face the flag, I'd appreciate it. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jim. Okay. Now it's time for oral communications, and the honored guest is our, I guess you're not the election supervisor anymore, are you?
I am still the Register of Voters.
I will
well, until I no longer am here, I will be the Register of Voters. Hi, my name is Debbie Batista, and as everybody said, this is Election Day, and I'm truly hoping that everybody gets out and exercises their rights to pick the leaders that they want, whether it's locally or federal or state. Today is a real important day. And just to kind of give you some information, we've processed almost 10,000 vote-by-mail ballots downstairs. That's about 44% of the total vote-by-mail ballots. Tuolumne County really does exercise its rights, and the citizens of Tuolumne County, to pick their leaders. Sometimes that 44% is greater than the state average. So if you vote by mail, there's a couple changes. You can actually drop off your ballot at the post office, and as long as I receive it by Friday and it's postmarked today, we will count them. You don't necessarily need to go to a polling place to drop it off. Downstairs is opened up as a polling place. There's 27 other polling places in Tuolumne County. So please get out and exercise your right to pick who your leaders are, whether they are locally or at the federal level. So I want everybody to have a I voted sticker on today. So thanks.
Thank you, Debbie.
Good morning, Honorable Chairman, Board of Supervisors, Mr. Pedro. Well, Lynn McCormick, Tuolumne County Library. School is out, and that means it's summer reading time at Tuolumne County Library. This year we start our summer reading on June 14th, next Tuesday, and we will have our big kickoff at Sonora, Maine, with our annual Fun in the Sun party out at the Heaven for Kids picnic area. It will start at 10:30. It goes until 12 noon. We will have programs at every branch. They will be on different days. For Sonora, Maine, we will offer programs every Thursday at 3:30. At 1 o'clock, from 1 to 2, children can come sign up to read to a dog to practice their reading skills, and which is wonderful. Tuolumne City will be offering on Tuesdays from 1:30 to 2:30 to 4, I believe. They've changed their hours this year, so I don't have it memorized anymore. Wednesdays at Twainhart, they will offer from 10 till noon also, a really great program. And Groveland will be offering on Wednesdays from 1 to 2:30. The Bookmobile, of course, is another place where children can sign up for the reading portion, because we all know that children who read over the summer continue to stay at grade level. It's a very easy program. Kids just come in, they sign up, they get to earn prizes for the reading that they do, and I hope to see all of the children throughout the county come in for one of the branches over the summer to read and participate in our programs. Thank you.
Thank you. Just another example of great programs our library offers to our community. Please take advantage of it. Avail yourselves of the opportunity. Thank you. Any other public comment? Duke, are you headed to the public comment? Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I do have a non-agenda.
Okay.
I'd like to add the consideration of approving a hiring incentive and adjusting salary rates for lifeguard, water safety instructor, and pool manager classifications. This would go on as item 26A. The justification came up, the urgency came up subsequent to the posting of the agenda on Saturday. We had a very high failure rate at a qualifying event for lifeguards this season. Had 10 folks not pass the qualifying. And urgency is the pool season is upon us, and we need those guards.
Okay. Do I have a Okay. Motion by Supervisor Handbelt, Supervisor Gray, and second by Supervisor Royce. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes. Public comment?
Please.
Okay, come on up.
Good morning. I'm Tony Krieg with Tuolumne Park and Recreation District, and kind of further commenting on the struggles that we've had over at the Tuolumne Pool. We've had a long history of doing business together, and at the Park and Rec, we're very fortunate to have the relationship with you folks. But I need you to really understand the depth of disappointment that my community has with the fact that these arrangements weren't made sooner, and that there was a little foresight in looking at possibly closing our pool. We appreciate all the efforts that you're doing now, and appreciate that support. But how do I put this? This really should have never happened. And one of the things about closing the Tuolumne Pool, which I think is a little difficult to understand, is Twainhart runs about 10 degrees cooler than we do, just for starters. They have a couple of lakes in the near vicinity, and even though that choice was made to keep that open, we were denied that opportunity. And I think the citizens of my district are really upset about that when you look at it. There was no ideas of maybe doing a rotation between pools and running lifeguards. There may be transportation problems, but everybody, my first job, I was 14 and a half. And I rode my bike, or I got my mom to drive me to work when it was, when the weather wasn't good. So anyway, just want to kind of let you guys know that although we enjoy doing business with you, we're really disappointed about how this has turned out. And we appreciate you guys taking steps to move that forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to say we can address that when we get to the agenda item, because there's some statements there that weren't correct. But the big picture is we want to fix the problem.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any other public comment? Going, gone. Come on up. Needs to be not on an agenda item.
Sorry, I don't have an agenda, so I don't know. It sounds like Mr. Pedro has referenced. I'm speaking with the same topic as Tony.
We've got an agenda item 26, addressing pools, lifeguards, and all of that stuff.
Does it address the safety issues at the library as well?
We don't have a library issue. Go ahead.
There's an issue of video cameras that were installed in Tuolumne for the grounds and the safety of the two women generally that work at the library and the youth center. And there have been some assaults, there's been some battery, there's been multiple vandalism. We have asked the Tuolumne Parks and Rec Division for help. They have been very cooperative in their efforts to try to help. But the video equipment that was removed from the building after it had been installed, removed a few years ago, the video equipment is still available. The technology is still available. We just hear too many stories, and there's a safety issue there. Also, between the pool and the building itself in question is a trench that's been cut for a year or so. It's just a hole waiting for people to trip in and fall. It's supposed to be an access way for for a disability ramp that's never been built. It's an ongoing issue that we can't seem to get answers to. I've been over there personally to witness some of this stuff and to chase away some of the hoodlums, if you will. But the camera issues are available. It could be easily solved by installing the equipment that's in fact already there and turning the monitors on. In Tuolumne, we tend to hear a lot of news through the grapevine. I would say most of it is non-factual and base, but regardless of all the stories you hear, we don't have any follow through on this safety issue of the video cameras. We have issues coming up. There's a lot of activities in Tuolumne, the Lumber Jubilee and so on and so forth. Again, we have an influx of people and an influx of opportunity. I would just like to have the board follow up on that and we have written a couple of letters to the board, follow up and make sure we have at least our librarians and our people who are hired to do the youth center programs at this nice facility that we have in Tuolumne, at least that they are safe from the verbal attacks, from the physical attacks, and from the onslaught of just vandalism at random because, well, I don't know, random or purposely. I'm just not much on vandalism, but there's just there's no point in it. And if the video cameras that are warned of that were installed were reinstalled and were actually activated, I'm convinced it would be a large deterrent because the community knows that there's no surveillance there at that place. And
Okay.
that's the issue I'd like to raise.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Any further public comment?
Well, Mr. Chair, just to mention, the gentleman that's just walking away, the issues could be addressed by, sir, Maureen Frank is my deputy CAO, and each of those items are being addressed. One of that's inaccurate as far as the ADA access, but the other issues, there is a plan that is being addressed, and you could talk with Mo, after the meeting or later.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that's the end of public comment. Would the clerk please read the consent calendar?
Minutes of the meeting held May 17th, 2016, finding that a summary of ordinance number 3296 was published. Acceptance of a grant award and to hire 3 grant-funded positions to fulfill the California Office of Emergency Services unserved victim advocates and outreach program grant requirements. Approving a budget adjustment recognizing $12,000 in unanticipated Kennedy Meadows Trust Fund revenue and increasing appropriations in the same amount to the special district's expenses for manicure management and grazing studies. Approving a grant agreement with California Department of Public Health to implement the prescription drug overdose prevention program effective April 1st, 2016, in the amount not to exceed $90,000, recognizing unanticipated revenue in the amount of $10,000 and increasing appropriations by the same amount in the Public Health Administration line for fiscal year 15-16, authorizing the chair to sign. Authorizing the district attorney to apply for California Office of Emergency Services Victim Witness Grant. Approving the IT management class specifications, establishment of pay range and assignment of bargaining unit. Approving the Code Compliance Investigator 1-2 class specification, establishment of pay range and assignment of bargaining unit. Approving the Legal Office Manager class specification, establishment of pay range, assignment of bargaining unit, and reclassification of incumbent. Adoption of a resolution that will allow the county to seek an extension of the 2012 Cal Home Grant. Approving the resolution designating the Tuolumne County Arts Alliance as the official county arts council and state local partner in order to be eligible to receive state grant funding. Approving the reappointment of Luella Eastman to the Jamestown Cemetery District and as the Air Pollution Control District. Approving the appointment of Thomas Hosta Barry Randolph to the Tuolumne County Air Pollution Control District Hearing Board.
I believe that's Barry Rudolph. And any of the supervisors want to pull any items?
No, I'd just like to recognize an item 4. It's not manicure management, but manure management study.
Okay.
Did you catch that? You read manicure study on item 4, and it's manure management study.
Okay, public comment on any item on the consent calendar, now that we have all that clarified. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for a motion. Okay.
I'm sorry, move in favor of the consent calendar.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion by Supervisor Handville, second by Supervisor Brennan. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstains? Passes unanimously. Please read item 14.
Consideration of approving certificates of recognition and presentation of a plaque to staff for the hard work that went into the Courthouse Park Rehabilitation Project.
Yeah, good morning. Maureen Frank, Deputy County Administrator. Hi, it's great to be in front of you in regarding this item. You know, Courthouse Park was established in 1936, and ever since then it's continued to be a great asset for our community. Residents and tourists alike go into this park, enjoy it as they come down to Sonora for their business, or just enjoy lunch there during their break. In 2007, your board considered and approved a nomination for Courthouse Park onto the National Registry, and we take that very seriously and want to preserve this great asset we have for now and for in the future. But since that time, we had an overcrowding of trees there. The grass continuing, no matter what we did to it, kept dying. The plants in the middle of the circle just couldn't flourish. And we had some severe issues, as I said, with the trees. So in 2015, your board tasked the Facilities Management Department to go and rehab Courthouse Park. And to that, the work that we had done included consultation with several arborists regarding the condition of the trees, removal of the dying trees and trimming up the remaining ones. We planted the new cedar tree there in one of the quadrants, removal of the dying shrubs, installation of a completely new irrigation system. We added amendments to the soil and leveled out each of the quadrants. We installed sod. We replanted the inner circle. We replaced the wooden trash cans that were out there with metal ones to match the park benches, and we repaired the marble pathways. So I'm here to report to you today that the project is complete, and it's enjoyed by all, and we really appreciate it. I'm here to thank several people. for all of their hard work and their labors of love. First, in facilities management, which is led by Ed Hogue, the work that he did in, you want to do it together? Go ahead. Okay. The work that he did in regards to keeping the project, working with the arborists, working with HPRC. In the facilities management, we had one in particular person that was just incredible, and that's Susan Longway. And she is our county's groundskeeper and responsible for all the grounds that the county has throughout the county. And this project, she really took it to heart and really put her heart and soul into this. And it was amazing. I don't know if we've ever been on a project in which there were so many people willing to give advice. So every day as Susan worked out in the park, there was always plenty of people to give her advice all along the way in regards to whatever she was working on that day. And that took a lot of patience on her part. The next group I want to recognize is the work release, the probation's work release staff and their clients. They were amazing out there. They provided at least roughly 17 days per month over a 12-month period. They had 2 to 3 clients out there helping Susan in their endeavors, and that equates to approximately 1,600 hours of assistance. So it's just amazing. So at this time, I would like to have the work release staff, Ed Hogue and Susan, come up, please.
Do we want a motion?
Yes, we do. I'd like you to take a motion on this item.
Okay. Can I, first of all, is there any public comment? Okay, bring it back to the board for a motion.
And so I'd like to move that we approve the attached certificates of recognition for Ed Hogue, Facilities Manager, the probation work release staff, and presentation of a plaque to Susan Longway for all of their hard work and dedication in making the Courthouse Park rehabilitation project such a success. And
Second. Okay.
before we vote, can I just say a few words real quickly?
Absolutely.
Because
It is in your district.
yes, and this was a project that I started talking about shortly after I was elected 4 years ago. And probably a topic of conversation in virtually every city meeting, which I have them a couple times a month in different venues for the last couple of years. And while it has been incredibly challenging, I'm going to say particularly with the drought and trying to complete this and be good stewards of the water that we have, that it really gave us the time to complete an amazing project down there. And I spoke with Susan on numerous occasions, passing through there, passing along things that I had heard. And I just want to concur. Her dedication, her patience to seeing this through is so commendable. And my heart is happy. Virtually every day when I go by there, I see seniors sitting on the benches. I see individuals with their children playing on the grass. And that truly is, in my view, it is the entrance to our county buildings here. And you just made our front yard look and be so appealing and useful for all of the citizens in the county. And so I want to thank you for all of that effort.
Okay. Any other comment?
Yes,
Supervisor Gray?
I happen to live with one of the biggest critics of the tree removal. And when we were in town the other day, we walked through the park and got a great compliment from her. She says, I think I was wrong. It looks beautiful. And it does. You guys did a great job. Thank you.
Okay. Since it is in her district and she has worked so hard for it, I'm going to ask Vice Chairman Brennan, we need to vote, to present them after we vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 5-0. Oh, abstain? 5-0. Thank you.
So, to Mr. Ed Hogue. In recognition of Ed Hogue for his dedication and hard work on the rehabilitation of Courthouse Park project, on behalf of the citizens of Tuolumne County, The Board of Supervisors hereby recognizes the hours of hard work to restore a historical asset to Tuolumne County for the enjoyment of all. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And to the Probation Release Program. In recognition of the probation work release staff for their dedication and hard work on the rehabilitation of Courthouse Park project, on behalf of the citizens of Tuolumne County, the Board of Supervisors hereby recognizes the hours of hard work to restore a historical asset to Tuolumne County for the enjoyment of all. Again, thank you so much. And last, and I'm going to say most importantly, to Susan Longeway, in recognition of your hard work and dedication to the Courthouse Park Rehabilitation Project, May 2016. Thank you so much.
Okay. Any comments? Anybody wants?
Good morning, Ed Hogue, Tuolumne County Facilities Manager. I would like to thank you for this recognition, except the recognition should go to all of my staff. And right now we have the best group that we've ever had while I've been here in my position. So I am very blessed that we have great housekeeping, great maintenance, and unfortunately only one groundskeeper, but you can see what she can do. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. I believe we've got several people here that want to address a specific agenda item, and with board concurrence, I would propose that we move to item 26 and 26A. Is that okay with the rest of the board? Okay. Would the clerk of the board please read item 26?
Consideration of approving county paying fees related to lifeguard training classes for the 2016 summer season.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I guess I'll handle it.
Okay.
So, again, is trying to resolve the problems that are before us. You know, one of the things that have been suggested by Supervisor Royce at your last meeting was finding a way to waive or somehow just make it so it's not an issue for potential candidates for lifeguard, is to remove the $153.75 fee for the lifeguard training course. And while we can't just waive it under our county ordinance, council came up with the concept of the county will just pay it as a way to get around it, same end. So this proposal is simply for your board to consider having the county pay the fee for the lifeguard training on behalf of all candidates. And that's how we would get around it. It depends on how many people ultimately end up going through that course, but there's an estimate in here of about $4,600 would be the potential cost.
Okay. Is this a this year kind of thing, or is
it's for the 2016 season is how it's agendized.
Okay.
We could always bring it back for reconsideration.
Okay. Any board questions, comments? Any public comment? Come on up, please. You need to come to the microphone.
My name is Leah Cornelson, and I live in Tuolumne. Does this include the Tuolumne pool, which we've been told will be closed
All pools,
for this year?
for all pools for this year.
Okay. Wonderful. Thank you.
Okay. Any other public comment? Okay. Bring it back to the board. Well,
I'll move on
everybody's
recommendation,
okay.
and I'll make comments about the pool in the next one.
Okay. Was that a second? Okay. I got a motion by Supervisor Royce and a second by Supervisor Handbelt. Obviously, this year it's coming out of contingencies, I assume.
Right now, I think we could absorb this in the
Okay.
existing budget.
Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstained? 5-0. 26A, please.
Consideration of approving a hiring incentive and adjustment salaries for lifeguards, lifeguard water safety instructors, and pool manager classifications.
Okay, Mr. Chair, on this issue, this has been discussed as something, and I think Mr. Krieg had mentioned maybe this is something we should have done sooner. But I just got to say historically, just to make sure the record is very clear on this, I know between Mr. Aiken and myself, we've been here with the county for 30-some years. And for those who don't know, I used to be a recreational worker in the Tuolumne County Rec Department when I was in high school myself. And I don't recall ever, during that period of time that we've not opened a single pool for lack of lifeguards. This is unique, this year. We certainly have felt the pressure in the last few years, but we've also had one or two pools out at a time because we've been rehabbing the pools, as your board's aware. But this is not something that we should have seen. I don't believe coming down the pike. It's just the way the pools have worked. That when you put these recruitments out, typically high school kids are kind of last minute with things when they tend to make application despite year-round recruitment. And so we sensed certainly that we were having problems with the pool recruitments. Seeing that at the end of April and certainly in May, we're getting concerned. I know speaking with Supervisor Royce in particular, said, could we do something more, get this before the board, try to get the community more involved. That was the point of having Mo come to your meeting, second meeting in May, to give an update on that. I got great coverage from the Union Democrat. I know that there's folks in the community, particularly from the Tuolumne community, that have taken a personal interest and been out there trying to literally pound the pavement. Trying to help generate applicants, and that's wonderful and welcomed and appreciated, for doing that. We were very concerned, though, this weekend, as I stated, when we had 10 of 12 initial applicants that took that the first component of that training class, where they could not compete basic elements, determine if they're strong enough swimmers to where they could adequately care for, properly trained, could adequately care for the kids that we're charged with. With that, losing 10 of those candidates, we're looking at right now with maybe enough for 2 pools, let alone 3 or 4 of our pools. And so this is unique ground. We've not been here before. Just by way of just looking around what other folks pay, heard that like Twain Hart Lake was paying more than us. That's not accurate. They actually pay slightly less at a flat $10 per hour rate. Though we know some of the camps that are out there, such as Silver Spur, are paying around $15 for their lifeguards. And what I've passed down the dais earlier, you can see what our current pay rates are. For a basic lifeguard, it ranges from $10.33 an hour to $12.61 an hour. And then you can also see there's a lifeguard water safety instructor. It's another level of duties and training that is required of them. And then pool managers. In red, if we want to try to be more competitive with potentially that $15 amount that's out there, in red, it would increase the range for lifeguards from $13.59 to a high of $16.60, with commensurate increases in your water safety instructors and pool managers. And actually something that was first put out, I know talking with Kevin Day, calling, seeing what can we do to help Craig, because the tribe's always a great partner. Trying to think, well, could we do bonuses or something like that? What can we do? And then talking with county council, while we cannot do bonuses, and that's something about county government, we just can't do it. But something we have done that I've given thought to is your board in the past has allowed us to do incentive recruitments for hard to recruit for positions, but those are permanent positions. This would be the first time we've done something like this, would do a hiring incentive for a seasonal job, specifically lifeguards. So what's suggested in here for each of those classifications is pay And there is no magic to these numbers, but $100 to all such employees after completing the first 40 hours of work of the pool season, and then $250 for all employees serving the entire pool season and averaging at least 20 hours per week. Because we do have some folks that just substitute, and their hours are very, spotty. So that's what staff would recommend. This is a reaction to potentially the market. There's not a lot to pull from in Tuolumne County. And just so you know, we're one of the very few rural counties in the state that actually run our own pools, just to say that. The cost of this one, Mr. Chair, it depends how successful we are again. Right now, just because we don't have people in the queue in the training classes, necessarily some of the pools may open later than usual. They're scheduled to open typically on the 13th and 14th of this month. There would be some delays just because we need to get some people applied, get them through that training class, and then arrange to get the pools open. So the recommendation would be to go ahead and approve the hiring incentive and these adjustments in the lifeguard salaries as depicted in this handout. I don't know if you guys had anything more you wanted to add.
Okay, any questions of staff, comments from the board?
Wait until after.
Okay, public comment, please. Please come to the microphone.
Hi, I'm Kathleen Evenson, and I live in Tuolumne. I'm a senior, and I do use the aerobics in the swimming pool in Tuolumne. And my question is, if there is a lack of lifeguards, is there any way that the lifeguards could all be shared between the pools and rotated?
There's a mic.
Do you need me still here? Oh, okay.
Eric Aiken, Recreation Supervisor. We have posed that question to staff. Unfortunately, with the low age limit that we have of 15 years old, they don't have transportation. Many of them have expressed that their parents would not be able to transfer them back and forth between pools. Also, with our swim lesson program, it's a 4-day-a-week program. So to teach lessons at Monday, Wednesdays, for example, and then have to go to another pool, most of the parents weren't willing to take their kids back and forth for swim lessons. So that's kind of where we were at with that.
Thank you.
I got a question. For Mr. Grossi. How you doing, Darren?
Good morning.
Do we have public transportation that goes to the pools?
We do have public transportation in both Tuolumne community as well as Twainhart area.
I know being that kids probably live all over the place, is there a feasible way that you can see that we could help assist with transportation for some of these lifeguards to be able to do rotation?
There may be something in there. I think this is the first I've heard of it. I don't know the ins and outs of the program, when it starts, when it ends. It sounds like there needs to be some transportation between Tuolumne and Twainhart, maybe directly. I'd be happy to talk with staff about it and see if we can't work something out.
Yeah. I mean, I could imagine if you get kids, they make it to one pool every day of the week, we could just send the transit up there and just make a quick trip, take them all in one shot from pool to pool and be able to open it. So I guess I'll just go into my spiel here. I'll do everything in my power to make sure that pool opens. I am extremely passionate about this issue. This affects a lot of people that are really, really near and dear to my heart. There's a lot of kids in Tuolumne, and as you can see, seniors that use it for water aerobics. And that pool's going to be opened. we're going to get that pool opened. So this is a good step. I appreciate the incentives that you've put together here. I've been standing out in front of the market trying to recruit kids. I've got a list of kids that are interested. Part of the other thing that I want to address here that we haven't talked about is the training and what we can do to be flexible in trying to make sure that we facilitate them through this process. So I know you have to schedule it. There's a waiting list right now, and I think we have a second class that's scheduled, but it's not full. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
What can we do to make sure that we can keep opportunities available for future candidates to be able to go through the training?
Absolutely. If the kids come and express interest, we will set up an additional class. So right now, there's one additional one. There's one going on right now this week, and it's full. Plus
How long
a
does
little
it
bit.
take?
It's a 40-hour, 45-hour class, so it's a whole week
Okay.
class. We have a secondary class set up for the week of the 25th. But if need be, if we get the flood of people, because that is our number one goal, we would love to see all 4 pools open. That's Eric and my goal this year. But we need the people just to come and call either HR or call the rec department, and please just tell us you're interested in it, and we'll get you signed up into the class. If there's more than we have a minimum of 12 people that are allowed in the class. If there's more than that, we will do a secondary class. We'll do whatever it takes.
The other group that I've been talking with is the veterans, and some of the veterans heard about this issue and were interested in just volunteering and helping out. And a lot of them, they were saying they're trained medics in the military. They're not lifeguards, but
Yeah.
is there any other ways that we can try to subsidize our crews
Our management
with
of the
volunteers
pools?
from the
Yeah.
community? I know there's probably other adults in the community, I think, that would probably be happy to help out as well.
Right.
What drawbacks would there be from trying to do something like that, and what can we do about it?
In terms of management, we could probably use some help with that, to where they're not involved in the water rescues and types of things like that. But when it comes to actually lifeguarding and staffing the pools, we've done over the years many trainings in cooperation with the ambulance, and we end up teaching them as much as they're teaching us. Pretty much we get them out of the water and they take over from there. They don't have quite that training to do the in-the-water stuff. So I think it would be more of a liability issue with not having them properly trained for the in-water type rescues. But in terms of helping supervise maybe the office, answer phones, those types of things, take money, we could definitely use help there as well.
Same thing. Who would we put people in touch with?
They can call the recreation department. They can talk to me.
Okay.
We keep an interest list for.
What's that phone number?
533-5663.
Okay.
We keep an interest list for the lifeguard class year round, and once we have enough to meet the minimum, Red Cross will teach a class. So, I mean, we've done as many as 3 or 4 in a summer. Just kind of depends on what sort of interest we get from the public.
Okay. The other question that I have is about the facility itself. There was mentions about the trench in the back and just the general condition. I know that last week, towards the end of the week, I saw some activity. The pool's starting to get cleaned up in Tuolumne. I'm not sure about the status of the other pools. But can you give me a rundown on what the plan is for that? Are there issues with the pool, or is the pool good to go and we just need to get it prepped? And just what is the status?
As far as the pool, there are some issues with the pool, but nothing that would preclude us from opening. The fiberglass bottom over the years has been starting to come up. We've been doing the best we can to patch it and keep it down. At some point, we're going to need to resurface the bottom of the pool, but that's not something that at this point it would preclude us from opening the pool.
Okay.
But that's something that over the last couple of years we've been trying to, as best we can, stay on top of it.
There's also been rumors circulating about issues with the pump systems. Can you address that just to try to clarify what the situation is?
The pump systems are all brand new. That was part of the grant funds that we just completed last summer. Sorry.
Okay.
It's all blurring now.
And they're fully functional, no
Yep.
issues?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. The pump that's in there right now is just basically a vacuum pump to kind of circulate the water, keep it turning over. But
okay.
The actual pool system is brand new and is working just
Okay.
fine.
And so the pool, it was looking pretty poor. The beginning of last week, it's starting to get cleared up a little bit. When will it be in a condition to where it's swimmable? And
Probably the end of this week.
okay.
Go ahead.
So there were some other comments that were made under public comment that I'd just like to also address relating to this facility. So one of them, Supervisor Royce, you mentioned, was the trench between the two buildings, between the chemical storage and the youth center, and that's we don't have enough staff right now is already committed as far as facilities management. So we went through the Public Works Department, and they're going to assist us in doing that, and that should be done by the end of this week. So the trench will be crushed rock will be added, filled in, and then paved over. So we'll get that taken care of. The other item that the gentleman mentioned under public comment was security. That has been an extreme concern with us. I have been working ever since I got back with probation and sheriff's office in regards to that. We've had some issues out there. Most of them taking place outside the facility, not inside the facility, and so that's a problem. We don't supervise outside of the youth center library section. But what I have done is asked for expert patrols up there. We've installed panic alarms up there for the staff there, and had put in place an emergency plan if they needed or felt threatened or didn't feel safe up there. We also, Eric has been working with the IT department. We got, again, a generous gift, an extremely generous gift from the tribe up there in getting us latest video equipment and cameras that we can use there. And so by end of August, by the end of July, those will be installed. One of the things we do need to do to make that operational and make it truly functional is we have to remove, there's 3 trees that are going to come down that are right around the building to be able to give us full access and view of the tiny tot lot, the horseshoe pits, and the ball fields. That's how good the camera system is that was donated to us. So that's also in process and will be in, as Eric said, in July.
Okay.
What would the process be for establishing a schedule to be able to open the pools and rotate and work with Darren? Is that something we'd need to set up a meeting on the side to coordinate?
Oh, absolutely. We'll be happy
Okay.
to meet with Darren and set up a schedule with him
Okay.
and see what we can do and balance it with the summer, the open rec and the swim lessons, and then seeing what we have as far as staff. Absolutely.
Okay. I
Okay.
look forward to that.
Okay. Any other comments? Looking for a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the proposed incentive programs and additionally direct staff to work with Darren on transportation for rotating the schedule of the pools.
Second.
Okay.
I just want to clarify that the salary increase is included in that.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. Any other public comment?
Daniel Richardson, Deputy County Administrator, also a parent. Just want to let you know, on the transportation side, the majority of these kids do drive. There are a few who are 15, but majority do drive between pools. So it's not the biggest problem with getting lifeguards. It's just getting lifeguards. I have a son who, multiple kids who have been in lifeguards for the county, and they've always been able to transport themselves between wherever they need to go. Sometimes they do fill in between pools. So this does occur right now. They aren't stuck in one pool. So I want to let you know, they do work with recreation going back and forth from time to time, but it is good to have continuity with a staff. When this is my pool manager, these are my assignments, these are my duties, how I rotate. Also, the current class, Recreation did a great job of accommodating the current lifeguard class. They took everyone who is signed up and on the waiting list, and they fit everyone into the class because some didn't make it. And so everyone who is signed up or waiting list is currently enrolled. So maximum amount of lifeguards being trained right now.
Okay, thank you.
And that's all I would echo, and that's what we said from the beginning. It's not the facilities. We need lifeguards. And whatever we can do, and I know that's the point of these discussions and actions by the board, is to attract additional lifeguards. So through media, through word of mouth, whatever people can do to try and find folks that would be interested in doing this, that's what we need. We need the actual lifeguards.
Okay. Sir, you had comments?
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Peter Willits from Tuolumne City. I just want to make a comment about you saying that 3 trees have got to come down with those security systems. Having been involved in the security industry and putting up security systems as a professional for 30 years, I've always been able to find ways around that particular problem. Looking at the town itself and the amount of trees we've got and the amount of shade that the town needs, I think that any trees that are coming down would be a violation of what the environment needs. So I'd like you to review that as a nature thing. So that's my comment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other public comment? Okay, bring it back. Come on up, sir. In the interest of saving some time, if you're going to make public comment, please form a line over there so we can get to it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. My name is David Keller. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you here today. Mr. Royce, thank you so much for your efforts. I hear your passionate response to some of the problems, and I, as just one of the multitudes in the town, appreciate your efforts. Also, that you're really asking for an action plan and what is the timelines and how are we going to, and the steps of doing that, I think are very, very smart. So thank you. I was one of the first people that I'm aware of in the community that knew that the Tuolumne pool was in jeopardy. I heard about it, and when I mentioned it to the Tuolumne Park and Rec, they knew nothing about it. And it was actually Tony who wisely said to me, David, let's not get all up in arms about this until we know if this is actually true. So I went on to the website, and on the website it has, under the Mother Lode website, it said, the schedule, and under Tuolumne Pool it said probably not opening. Now, that I don't understand why Tuolumne Park and Rec didn't know that there was a problem before it was being printed up, that there was that there was a possibility of the pool not opening. And Mr. Pedro, I appreciate that you're bringing it back to a county-wide issue, but this all started with Tuolumne being singled out. Now, I know one of the arguments for the pools that were going to be opened and the one that was being singled out was you wanted to do high and low elevations on the outskirts of the county. Now, to me, it seems, wouldn't you want the ones in the middle that could access more people? Why would you open Twain Harte? Why wouldn't you open a more central pool? And another issue, as a resident of the town, we have looked at an awful situation with that pool all winter. And I have photographs that until 3 days ago, that pool was green. The only functioning thing was a pump that kind of ran water through it. Why, as a community, do we have to live with an eyesore like that? And Mr. Pedro, was it you who mentioned that it was a problematic fiberglass bottom in the pool? Oh, no, excuse you, thank you. Well, it's my understanding is that if you want to ruin a pool, you empty it and you don't keep much water in it. That especially in an area with a high water table, the pool will literally float up out of the ground. So we've had a pool that's been virtually empty all winter except for, maybe 3, 4, 5 feet of green slime and leaves. And a week ago when I took photographs of the pool, there wasn't even the pump running. And we're talking about Zika mosquito problems that cause encephalitis for children. And we have a pool that looks like that and is not being maintained. In our community, we have a pool maintenance company who has been up in arms over that pool, saying that it costs more to run the pump than to have a pool service come in and keep that water clean on a monthly basis. So I just feel like there's been some problems here that have not been addressed. They've been kind of swept under the carpet. And we as a community are very grateful that we have an opportunity to address you all and to be able to resolve and work forward in creating an action plan that will not only solve this current nightmare. I mean, we have children that the only thing they have in the summer, they're at working parents, the only thing they have is the pool. And what do we need to have healthy children? We have to have them active, engaged, not staying home in, air-conditioned environments or no air conditioning. I mean, that's the one thing we don't want to do is shortchange our children. There was a meeting yesterday at the Park and Rec that I heard about that was with Mr. Royce and the board members about the pools. Well, I was at breakfast, and there was a child there who I happened to mention. I was going to the Park and Rec. I have a photograph of 10 children from this size to this size who all, on their own volition, came to a Park and Rec meeting so that they could show the leaders that they wanted to make sure that pool was open. And I think it was a wonderful demonstration of, our democratic rights to, free speech, and that we have, and that we're empowering our youth and our public. So I speak in part for them today because the children in our town desperately need a pool. There's some problems with the maintenance of the pool, and I'm confident that we can put this on a higher priority of awareness so that we can be addressing these problems before they start. And Mr. Pedro, finally, you said that this was a kind of an unprecedented situation with the lifeguards, but then I kind of got the impression that there had been some indications in years past that this problem was coming down the pike. Seems to me that if we as a community in Tuolumne could have been better informed that there was a problem, we could have been more proactive. It's our responsibility as a community in Tuolumne to be responsive. So if we know the problems, then we can at least start being a more active community. Again, thank you so much for your time, and I know that none of you want to see children not be healthy and happy, and you don't want to see our pool green either, so and unhealthy.
Thank you.
So thank you very, very much.
Yes, sir.
Tony Creek, Tuolumne Park and Rec. I just wanted to readdress another issue. Mo called me last week and mentioned that she would get somebody on that trench and the things that behind the pool that Ron had mentioned, one of the commenters earlier. And Ray Ingalls just walked in. He says, we're doing that as we speak. So just to let you know that your staff is on top of stuff, and they're doing the very best they can. And we really appreciate all the hard work that they do, and we're very grateful. So just kind of redirect. They've been getting the fire kicked out of them here for about 10 minutes.
Okay.
So thanks.
Thank you. Okay, no other public comment. Bring it back to the board. I believe we have a motion, and I believe it was made by Supervisor Royce and seconded by Supervisor Gray. So I'll call the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstained? 5-0. Thank you. Please read item 15.
Consideration of approving correspondence to Governor Brown requesting that he work with the state legislature to take immediate action to pass a transportation funding package. This does not increase taxes, but instead reallocates existing state funds for maintaining and improving road systems in California, the state of California.
Mr. York.
Yes, thank you. Duke York, Deputy Director of the Roads and Engineering Division. The California Transportation Commission recently announced it was deprogramming or cutting $754 million from the State Transportation Improvement Program because of its fuel-based revenue is falling well below projections. This is due to the continuing decrease in gas prices and increases in vehicle fuel economy. The cuts are imperiling dozens of major projects throughout the state and further exacerbating an already dire need for maintenance on our highways, streets, roads, and bridges. Without additional funding, the transportation system in California will continue to deteriorate. The 2014 California statewide local streets and roads needs assessment provides critical analysis and information regarding the local transportation network's condition and funding needs. On a scale of 0 failed and 100 excellent, the statewide average pavement condition index is 66, placing it at the at-risk category. Furthermore, in Tuolumne County, the condition of the pavement and the roads in the county maintained system continues to deteriorate. In 2012, it was at 46. In 2014, it went down to 41. And 2016, the overall average for the network will be 39, which corresponds to an underfunded backlog of $96 million, which will increase to $202 million by 2035. Tuolumne County has a need for $6 million to $7 million annually to just maintain a status quo poor PCI rating of 39. The statewide similar situation in terms of funding needs. Models show that an additional $3 billion annual investment in local streets and road system is expected to improve pavement conditions statewide from an average at-risk condition to an average good condition. However, if additional funding is not secured now, it will cost the taxpayers twice as much to fix the local system in the future, because the failure to act now will increase the unmet funding needs for local transportation by $11 billion in 5 years and $21 billion in 10 years. At a time when funding for maintaining roads in Tuolumne County needs to be increased significantly, it's decreasing significantly. As presented in the multi-year budget forecast, the road fund is projected to have a shortfall of $1.96 million in fiscal year 2016-17, and shortfalls include 1.2 to 1.5 in the next 4 years thereafter. Currently, options of reducing these shortfalls include not filling vacant positions in the road crews and allocating funds from pavement projects to cover operational expenses. In January 7th, the governor presented his fiscal 2016-17 budget proposal to the state legislature, which includes transportation package for $3.6 billion in annualized funding. The governor's specific proposals for funding this package require legislative action. On May 18th and 19th, Bev Shane and I and members of the Board of Supervisors and county staff recently participated in a Fix Our Roads campaign in Sacramento. We attended the rally on the steps of the Capitol and met with individual members of the state legislature. The message we received from both the Democratic and Republican leaders was that they all recognize the need for more funding for road maintenance and agreed that you, as governor, must actively engage in negotiating a transportation package. I'm actually reading this directly out of the letter, by the way. Okay. I'm skipping around a little bit, but I'm sure you have the letter and you realize the need. This is our fourth letter, and that we are making an effort to make sure that the word gets out. We're sending that to Diane Feinstein, Barbara Boxer, Tom McClintock, Gavin Newsom, Tom Berryhill, Frank Bigelow, and all members of the California State Legislature, California State Association of Counties and the Rural Counties Representatives of California.
Okay, I would like you to do me a favor.
Sure.
Let's not talk about the shortfall in our road fund being $1.9 million. That's $1.9 million less than something that was already a huge shortfall, okay? If we're going to talk about a shortfall, let's talk about how much we're short on what it would take to do the job right.
Okay.
That shortfall is based on previous year funding and maintaining that level of repair on the roads, which is woefully inadequate since we've gone from 46 to 41 to 39. Supervisor Royce.
Yeah, I want to compliment the person that wrote this letter. This is a really, really good letter. Not only the wording, but the pictures along the side. It really paints a picture. And the way it closed, I think, really addressed the fundamental issue here is the fact that the state already has transportation revenue mechanisms in place, and they're robbing the money. And I just want to point these two facts out, which are in this letter, just to share with people so that it's well known. $1 billion are collected annually from the vehicle weight fee program that are being used for non-transportation purposes. And it references in here AB 105 directed those truck weight fees to go to the general fund, which gets used on other services not related to transportation. That's the state's fault. That is the state's mismanagement of the funds that the residents of the state of California already pay for transportation. And additionally, rural counties get screwed over. We pay $3 million into cap and trade funding, and we only get $55,000 back in our county. That is the problem, not more taxes.
Thank you. Supervisor Brennan.
I concur with what Supervisor Royce just stated. My fear is that a lot of the folks that we send this letter to actually don't get to the last two paragraphs, which, in my opinion, again, clearly articulates what is a major part of this problem. And so I don't know if you have, what information you're going to include in the next letter, but I would open with the last two paragraphs of this letter.
Okay. Anyone else? Supervisor Handel.
Yeah, I just in addition, I don't know how many people we send this to, but I've been asked for copies of our letters because other counties are considering doing the same. I encourage us to all encourage others to do the same.
Okay.
Just
Supervisor Gray.
Yes, at the CSAC conference, a number of us did take the trek over to the steps of the Capitol, and I believe there is a united effort working towards this, and I can't believe that the governor or our legislators will ignore us continuously forever and ever, because it's building. The numbers are building, so hopefully this does some good.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and ask for public comment. Hi, Darren.
Good morning, Board. Darren Grossi, Executive Director of the Tuolumne County Transportation Council. I, too, would like to commend staff on the well-written letter. It's very comprehensive. The graphics are excellent. I think they did a great job. I wanted to take a few moments, though, to let you know that the TCTC agrees with the need for transportation funding reform, particularly for rural counties. We pay a lot of money into the system that gets diverted off to other purposes. So first and foremost, that is what is needed long before asking the public to pay increases in fees and taxes. Secondly, I'd like to point out that the trend is not good in transportation. With more fuel-efficient vehicles and more electric vehicles in our fleet, we have a declining revenue source with the excise tax on fuels combined with an increase in vehicle miles traveled. And tomorrow the TCTC will be hosting Mitch Weiss, Deputy Director from the California Transportation Commission. Let me hand out a press release that we gave out on that recently. we have additional copies in the back of the room. What I'd like to do is invite this board or any members of the public that might be watching or in the audience to come on out, listen to Mitch. He's an expert on transportation funding in California. Again, it's 3 o'clock right here tomorrow afternoon. Mitch will be able to talk about transportation funding in general, as well as where the revenues come from and the expenditures go to. Secondly, he is leading an effort through the California Transportation Commission to develop a road charge program. This is a program that, where they hope to identify volunteers to monitor their driving habits, how much fuel consumption they use, how much fees they pay in taxes, and develop a program where we can move from a excise per gallon based fee program and sales tax program into more of a vehicle miles traveled use program. What they're doing is they're coming out to Tuolumne County. They came to Calaveras County last month mainly because they need rural drivers. They have they have about 7,500 drivers they need statewide, but they have very few rural drivers. I've signed up for the program personally, but there are people that work in the forest. They should not be paying, or they're private. Like my dad, he's a farmer. He drives on the farms with his equipment. Yet he's not putting miles on public roads. So there's a variety of different programs available through this program on how you would pay this road charge, but they want to get dialed in for rurals because ultimately for its adoption they want to be revenue neutral. And so it's important for the public to engage in rural areas, sign up for the program. I do have a website listed on my media outlet, and we also have on the TCTC website information you can go to sign up on the program. It's very important we get those rural drivers engaged so that this can, again, be a revenue-neutral program for rural drivers. Again, they can go to Tuolumne County Transportation Council.com, get more information, or show up at tomorrow's meeting at 3 o'clock right here in the Board of Supervisors chamber.
Thank you. Okay. Boy, my memory's foggy. Do we have a motion?
Happily move approval of the letter.
Okay. As moving
yes.
the changes up. Okay. Got a motion by Supervisor Royce, second by Supervisor Brennan, with moving the two end paragraphs up to the top.
That's for the next one.
No,
That's just direction.
That's
how to
direction.
draft.
Okay, my mistake. So as written, that's the motion and the second. Okay. Any other public comment? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstain? 5-0. Please read item 16.
Consideration of waiving the first reading of an ordinance amending section 1624.090 and 1626.070 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code to bring the extension of approved tentative maps into compliance with the Government Code Section 66.542.6E and to authorize the county surveyor to grant extensions of time to approve tentative subdivision maps.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the
morning.
board. I'm Marilyn Fitzsimmons, County Surveyor, and this morning we're asking you for your consideration of an ordinance amending Title 16 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code by amending sections 16.24090 and 16.26070 to bring the extension of time of approved tentative maps into compliance with Government Code Section 66542.6E, and to authorize the county surveyor to grant extensions of time to approved tentative subdivision maps. In your packet, you'll find a document showing proposed amendments. The proposed additions are identified in red underline, and deletions are indicated by blue strike-throughs. In brief, Title 16 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code governs land development issues related to the division of land. The provisions within Title 16 are required to comply with the Subdivision Map Act. Currently, Tuolumne County Ordinance Code does not comply with the MAP Act. The Subdivision Map Act allows a subdivider to request an extension of up to 6 years, while the county ordinance only allows 5 years. The amendments proposed are worded to emulate what's provided in the Subdivision Map Act. Also, currently, Section 16.24090 provides for the county surveyor to grant extensions of time for approved tentative parcel maps. However, Section 16.24070 limits the approval of extensions for tentative subdivision maps to the legislative body or the advisory agency. Because your board approves tentative subdivision maps and the county surveyor does not, authority for the county surveyor to approve extensions of time for subdivision maps must be provided for by county ordinance. Authorizing the county surveyor to approve extensions of time for tentative subdivision maps will streamline responses to requests by the subdivider for extensions of time. We do recommend that your board waive the first reading of the ordinance amending Title 16 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code and schedule adoption of the ordinance for your meeting on June 21st, 2016. Any questions?
Okay, questions of staff? Supervisor Handel?
How many subdivisions are timing out?
Currently, we have 23 subdivisions that are sitting approved, waiting to be finalized, and I've got approximately 10 of those that will be expiring within the next 18 months.
And the applicants want to extend?
They're required to actually write a letter, pursuant to state law, they're required to write a letter to the county surveyor's office requesting the extension of time. And we've already processed a couple of those through the board. I believe in May there was 3 subdivisions that did request, and they were extended for the 5 years allowed, which I'm trying to get the other year also that's available to them.
Why aren't we putting that year in here too?
We are. That's one of the issues that this ordinance will clean up is that right now we're only allowing the 5 years per our ordinance, whereas state law allows 6 years.
Okay.
Okay.
Supervisor Royce?
Yeah, no questions. I just want to say good job. I appreciate this, and especially over the period of the last 7 or 8 years with the economy, particularly in construction industry being the way it is, I think this will be a useful tool for your office to be able to facilitate these extensions. So,
thank you. I appreciate that. I do anticipate a flood of requests over the next few months. That's one reason this was important to bring to you.
Okay. Any public comment? Seeing none, bring it back to the board.
Move on staff recommendations.
Second.
Okay, motion by Supervisor Gray, second by Supervisor Royce. Any last shots, board? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Thank you.
Abstain? 5-0. Please read item 17.
Consideration of approving correspondence of support for Valley Vista Senior Apartments to be included in the Affordable Housing as Sustainable Communities Program grant application, or adopt a resolution authorizing the county to act as joint applicant with Valley Vista LLC to submit a 2016 grant application to construct the Valley Vista Senior Apartments.
Staff. You're doing it, Sheila?
I'm starting.
Okay.
It'll be a joint effort. Sheila Shanahan, Housing Program Coordinator. The Dry Creek Subdivision Project was approved by your board on December 7th, 2010. The county approved a tentative map, subdivision map, plan unit development permit, and conditional use permit. Those development entitlements remain in effect. The Dry Creek Subdivision Project site consists of approximately 93 acres on the north side of Golf Links Road between McKibben Drive and Jamestown Road. And there is a map posted there, if you can see it. Up to 304 dwelling units could be constructed on the Dry Creeks project site. The development we're talking about today is Valley Vista Affordable Senior Apartments, and it would be a part of the Dry Creek subdivision, which would allow approximately 4.2 acres to be improved with up to 80 apartments. This basically would be phase 1 of the Dry Creek subdivision project. Valley Vista Senior Apartments will be developed by Valley Vista LLC. It's a partnership between Visionary Home Builders, which is an experienced nonprofit affordable housing developer located in Stockton, and also a small group of private investors make up the LLC. Valley Vista submitted a concept proposal to the State Affordable Housing and Sustainable Communities Program, the AHSC, in March of this year, and they were notified on August 28th that they were selected to submit a full application, which is due no later than June 20th. The AHSC program is funded with cap and trade funds, which you discussed previously. The purpose of the program is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions through projects involving transportation, affordable housing, and other public benefit projects. This is a new program, and funds for the AHSC were first awarded last year. It's anticipated that approximately $320 million will be available this year for this program. The program is very competitive and funds are oversubscribed. A total of 130 applicants requesting approximately $1.1 billion were received by the state, and 96 of those were invited to submit a full application, including this project. Local support will make the application more competitive, and the developers have requested that your board provide a letter of support, which you'll find in your packet. They're also requesting that your board approve a resolution, which is also in your packet, that would authorize the county to act as joint applicant. The project will provide 80 new affordable senior apartments, which will address a critical need for affordable housing in our community. It will help the county meet a number of the goals listed in the county's housing element. Seniors age 65 and over make up 33.4% of all households in our county, and many struggle to pay for housing. According to the National Low-Income Housing Coalition, a household in our county would need to make at least $40,000 per year in order to afford an average two-bedroom apartment. The project also provides a bus stop on the site, which will help promote the use of public transportation. Visionary Home Builders is very experienced. They've built over 700 single-family homes and 1,200 rental units since their inception in 1983. The project, if funded, would direct cap and trade dollars to our community, which we discussed previously. Rural areas have had a difficult time competing for these cap and trade funds, and the developers are to be commended for a successful conceptual application. The developers are requesting approximately $10.5 million in cap and trade funds. In addition, they'll apply for affordable housing tax credits, housing bonds, and other affordable housing financing. Total project costs are estimated at $24.3 million. The developers are here and will talk more about the project following staff's presentation. As I mentioned, project developers are requesting that the county act as joint applicant. This will give them 4 more points out of 100 total possible points on their application. Given the extreme level of competition, these points are critical. There are risks and staff time involved if the county applies as joint applicant. The county would begin by certifying that the application is accurate and meets program requirements. If funded, the county would be party to the standard agreement with the state and other documents related to the loan and grant. The county would also assume liability that would need to be mitigated in order to protect the county. And in a moment, County Council is here and will be addressing these issues in more detail. You might recall in the past, the county applied for home program funds from the state for the developers of Tuolumne Apartments to acquire and rehabilitate the apartment complex. In that instance, the county had time to review the sample documents and work with the developers to determine the county's role. In this case, this is a new program, and many questions do remain unanswered. The extent of the county's role isn't yet clearly defined. Sample agreements haven't been made available, and both the developer and county staff have been working but unable to obtain the sample documents from the state after repeated efforts. The program is understaffed, and they've been slow to respond to requests for information. County staff was first approached by the developer about acting as joint applicant on May 10th, so very short time frame. Since that time, both staff and the developers have worked to obtain information that will allow the county to assess the risks of joint application status so that staff can provide your board with the information needed to make an informed decision. The staff report you have before you indicated that staff and the developers would provide additional information at the meeting if available. Chris Schmidt, Deputy County Counsel, and I were able to communicate via email with the state last night. The director of the AHSC program, Eugene Lee, confirmed that the county would have the ability to withdraw as joint applicant prior to entering into a standard agreement if this project was funded. Of course, it would affect project funding, but it provides the county with an out if program agreements don't adequately protect the county. So the county could act as joint applicant and enter into some type of agreement with the developer prior to signing off on the application. There are a number of legal implications if the county pursues this avenue, and I'd like to turn it over now to Chris Schmidt, Deputy County Counsel.
Thank you, Chair, members of the board. Christopher Schmidt, Deputy County Counsel. My office reviewed your board's packet as well as HCD guidelines for the new AHSC program with an eye towards county liability. It was quickly identified in reviewing the guidelines that if the county joins Visionary Home Builders as a joint applicant, as requested, the county would be required to be jointly and severally liable for completion of the project
Chris.
as funded.
Chris, can you speak up, please? Thank you.
For completion as the project is funded, and to perform all requirements of the award of funds as set forth in the standard agreement. Unfortunately, without having the agreement, knowing all the terms and conditions included in it, my office is unable to fully assess the risks and liabilities of being a joint applicant to the AHSC funded project. When I mention risk, it is not meant to imply that County Council's recommendation will be negative in the end. Telling you about various risks is to fill my duty as your legal advisor to give you enough information so that your board's end decision is fully informed. My office will attempt to mitigate risk where possible, and where we cannot, your board is entitled to weigh, accept, or reject undertaking that risk. What caught my office's attention most and what sets out the new AHSC program from past state or federal funding programs is the new requirement for joint applicants to be jointly and severally liable. This phrase is a legal doctrine well known to all attorneys, which allows an injured party to elect to sue one, some, or all parties who are liable, regardless if the ones sued were the ones that caused the actual harm. For example, in this situation, if the developer failed to follow through with construction completion, HCD could sue the county to force the county to complete construction without naming the developer in the lawsuit. By agreeing to be in the first position of liability with the developer, the county really stands in the shoes of the developer in performing obligations attached to these funds and undertakes all the risk the developer undertakes in the project. Your board, as Ms. Shanahan mentioned, may recall past projects such as the Tuolumne Apartments Rehabilitation Project under the home program. There, in that project, the county was not jointly and severally liable. In that instance, the county took on more of a lender role, including enforcement obligations. Here, the county is less like a lender and more like a borrower. That's not to say that these liabilities can't be mitigated. This is what indemnification insurance and bonds are for. However, given the obvious expansion of county liability, heightened attention is required to ensure those methods truly cover the risks and liabilities the developer and the county are undertaking. New developments in the form of emails last night with HCD also changed the picture as stated in your staff memos. It was recommended a side agreement for indemnification and insurance be in place with the developer by June 20th, the application deadline. This was due to concern if the county backed out after the application was submitted, but before finalization, the developer would need to adjust the application and possibly lose its chance at funding. Another question was whether or not the state could prevent the county from withdrawing from the application. Given the lack of information, whether the county could back out without being held responsible by HCD or the developer, we suggested all review and agreements with the developer be in place by June 20th. However, after last night's emails with HCD, it was assured that the county could back out and the state would not hold the county responsible until it signs the standard agreement, which would be expected before finalization in September. Likewise, the developer indicates it is willing to waive any harm to the developer should the county withdraw after the developer submits the joint application. This would relieve the county of having to review all state agreements and draft and execute the developer agreement by the June 20th deadline. Instead, County Council can prepare an interim agreement with the developer in which the developer simply waives any claims it may have should the county agree to be a joint applicant but later back out before finalization. If your board is willing to authorize County Council to execute an interim agreement, it would avoid a special meeting next week. This would allow the county to proceed as joint applicant past the June 20th deadline without liability and allow time for a full county review of all grant documents and later report to your board what the final agreements entail before the county signs them, and present for approval a side agreement with the developer for indemnification and insurance. That would likely occur close to September of this year, and essentially any authority your board approves today can later be withdrawn should it wish to do so.
Okay. Any questions of staff? Any public comment?
I'd like to introduce Carol Ornelas, the CEO of Visionary Housing, to talk a little bit more about the project.
Good morning, Chair Supervisor Carl Rodefer and board members. My name is Carol Ornelas, and I'm the CEO of Visionary Home Builders, and I have been with Visionary Home Builders for over 30 years. We are a nonprofit organization that has developed over 1,500 low-income housing communities and 700 single-family housing units that were sold to first-time home buyer. Our programs are well noted. Our developments are noted statewide, national-wide for the type and quality of work that we do in providing low-income multifamily housing projects. We are very proud to be here today to introduce our newest community if this program goes forward, and it's our 80 units of senior housing with some dedication to veterans in the community, along with our participation with the Stanislaus Housing Authority that has said that they would work with us to get some VASH vouchers to complement the program as well. The program that you've heard today definitely is one of the newest programs out there that has been designed to put affordable housing units in communities along with addressing greenhouse gases. This program is not an easy program yet to operate because it is so new and it's sort of working its way through different changes just based on questions that do come up. As you heard from your staff today, they got some clarification yesterday as to what all of this means when we're joint partners in this application. when they were talking about, what is the liability here, what are the risk factors here, it's very, very early on when it comes to the final outcome of this program. What we were very fortunate about is that the rural areas have been very much left out in many housing programs that the state funds. Through many conversations, through a lot of advocacy, we made sure that the rural areas were included in funding this affordable housing through the cap and trade. This program started out with X amount of dollars. This round came in with double the amount of money for providing affordable housing. The third round, we don't even know what's going to happen because the expectations was, there was always going to be this steady flow. The program's not quite working the way it's supposed to be working, and is there going to be another round? No. We don't know. I'm not going to say no. We're hoping that, things do work out, but it isn't what they were hoping it would be. So we are very fortunate to be here, asking for your support in the possibility of receiving almost $10.5 million to not only address affordable housing, but also to address infrastructure. Everything from us putting a small bus kiosk station near the community to addressing some of the road work that will be happening out in near the project, and also helping to provide some of the other infrastructures that will be needed for this project. It is a small part of the larger master development. As noted earlier, there's going to be over 300 units, and hopefully each of these units was going to bring some type of housing for our seniors in our community, starting with multifamily all the way to the development of single-family houses. There is a responsibility and there is a risk with this program, but it's nothing that's far-fetched, unusual than what we have done in the past. How do we protect you? How do we protect ourselves? Is a big part of the pie. Well, there isn't a project that we have not done that we have involvement from local government. Local government is part of the recipe for doing affordable housing. Whether it's city or county government, there always has to show that there is the willingness from the government to be part of these developments, whether it's putting in CDBG, working with development fees, reduction of development fees. There's always a role that is tied to the government. How do we protect one another? Well, first of all, there isn't a project that I know of that has gone forward that, number one, you need to be 100% bondable. What does that mean, 100% bondable? Well, the question is, the risk here is, what if the developer walks away from the project? How do we build it as the county or whoever the partnership is? These bonds cover 100% completion of the project. Would it be highly unlikely? I've done 27 communities, and this hasn't happened to date. We're well protected with who we select as our contractors to make sure they have the capability of, first of all, providing the bond, and then for 100% of the bond, you're talking about a $23 million project. It has to be bonded for $23 million. Secondly, insurance. Everybody will be put on whatever insurance documents, because there are many partners that will be part of this project. As you heard, we'll have the tax credit program, we'll have private investor dollars, and we will also have construction loans from a bank. And so everybody wants to be protected. So, we spend a lot of money putting the right insurances in place, putting the right bonding in place to make these developments happen and to be successful. I mean, it is a great opportunity when you think about, the grant money that will be coming forward, the equity dollars that investors will be part of in your community, of bringing those dollars into your community to get housing done and to get road work done, and also the newest thing, making sure transportation is linked. Jamestown should be very, very proud of their transportation system, because it's not very many places you go down in the rural areas that have a bus, that you have connectivity, and that's, the way of the future. And you guys are way ahead of most of the rural communities that we serve that are also looking at this program. What was most amazing with this program as well is that the rural was a new ask in this program, and it was oversubscribed. So we're not competing alone for these dollars. There's a lot of rural communities that are applying for these dollars. And I think another really important part about this is the jobs that it'll also bring to this community. All up and down, we work the Central Valley primarily, the rural areas. We all need jobs. I mean, there's jobs that are going to be all part of this, from building the project to who will administer the program after the apartments are built, which will create these jobs that are so desperately needed in all communities. The seniors is an area where, they need good housing. They really, really do, and affordable housing. This project here, we've taken a very good look at Jamestown and looking at how the design of these units will be, and we wanted it to fit in with the atmosphere of Jamestown to make it feel like a community. We didn't go out there and design something that was very urban. We wanted it more traditional, so we made sure that feel was going to come to there. What's going to be provided in those in the communities that we are building? It's also an opportunity to have our seniors engaging. And that means, how do you engage them? There's plenty of community centers. We talked about a community garden where we can plant crops, plant beautiful flowers that our seniors can take part in growing and enjoying while they're living there. A community space where we can have recreation, a place where we can have community games and things there where the seniors don't have to go too far. What's been so very fascinating about this job is the work that transportation has been discussing with us, and how we link Dial-A-Ride to the main bus until the bigger development goes in. There's a plan out there that we have discussed with staff, and it's another way of linking our seniors. Can we get them to the grocery store? Can we get them to where they need to shop? Can we get them to pleasure? They may be out to go play bingo. That's part of the transportation component of this project. And how do we do this? Part of the ASAC application is also the educational component. We will be working with our seniors to make sure we learn how we can use Dial-A-Ride effectively. How can we get people across town to do their shopping? As the larger project develops out, we hope to see a grocery store, more amenities in the other portion of the project. We believe we can put a very competitive application. It is very, very competitive, whether it's this program and then the next part is the tax credit. We cannot do it without your support. Every point counts because it is competitive. So to lose 1 point or 4 points in this, if we cannot get the support that we need, it makes the project not feasible from the state side. Could we have given you a lot more information a lot earlier? We would have loved to do this, but if anybody knows how the state works with these programs, we had this really short period of time. We didn't know we were even going to make it to the second phase of this project until the latter part of April. So we're back into the county in May saying, oh my goodness, we've got a potential project here. How can we move this forward? Your staff has been wonderful in researching. Your council has done his research, and of course his is to tell you there's risk. But there's risk in real estate, and hopefully what we can do is to provide as we get along with this project, get everything that will make the county feel comfortable. Today, all of those things aren't in place because everyone's still putting it all together. We still have investors, and I'm talking about the tax credit program that brings investors. We still have to get everybody to agree on the documents. Before there's even anything that moves forward, the whole team has to agree what every single document says. So we do have time from that standpoint of getting our memos of understanding and make sure the county is protected. If you give us the opportunity, what we just need today is your support, your blessing to move this application forward.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Thank you. Any other public comment? Hi, Beetle. I knew you'd be up. And thank you for being here.
Sitting on the edge of my chair. Good morning, Supervisor Rodefer and members of the board. I'm Beetle Barber. I work for the Amador-Tuolumne Community Action Agency, and I am a board member of Visionary Home Builders. In 1993, I worked for the City of Stockton Fire Department as a dispatcher. And I was reading the Stockton Record one day and read about a new development, and it sounded interesting. It was within our response area of Company 2 in Stockton, so the next morning I drove by it. It's called Santa Fe, and I was amazed. I was just amazed. I mean, I don't know if you know much about downtown Stockton. This is in a fairly rundown area on the south side of on the south side of the Ort-Loftus Freeway. And it was built along the railroad tracks. It was entirely different from anything else in that area. It was just absolutely beautiful. It matched the sort of Santa Fe theme. And it was all affordable housing. I was just really struck by that. Since that time, I've seen a number of developments that Visionary Home Builders has done. They've taken on some at-risk apartment complexes throughout Stockton and really made a huge difference to those neighborhoods. And if you drive to Stockton along Highway 4 just before you cross the railroad tracks, before Highway 99, Val de Sol, another beautiful apartment complex, all affordable. Almost all their apartment complexes have Head Starts on them or other types of family things that turn them into real communities. And I'm absolutely thrilled that they're coming up here to develop the senior project. I think it's something that we need so much in this county. In my work at the Community Action Agency, I'm not actually an advocate for senior housing per se. Affordable housing is the real header on what I do. But any sort of affordable housing that we bring to this county will make a huge difference to all the families, young families that need affordable housing. We're working with the Social Services Department on CalWorks program right now. We have 11 households that cannot find a rental. They've been approved for the program. They're working. They're participating in CalWorks. They're doing everything that we want them to do as young families with children to move forward, and they cannot find rentals. This is huge. This is a huge project. It is absolutely important that you give it your support, and that's what I'm here to ask you to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a comment on Beetle's comment. The last time I talked to the Association of Realtors, there's a 3-month wait list for rentals in this county. Any other public comment? Okay, thank you. Board?
Mr. Chairman, thank you, and thank you for the presentation. You wear me out a little bit, but look, we all know that one of the big voids in our county is affordable housing, both rental and ownership, and that's a real problem. I do have my concerns about this project, but with legal counsel's advice that we have time to straighten those things out, and we don't want to miss the opportunity. I'm going to say I want to support this moving forward, but we've got a lot of work to do in a very short time, so I encourage you to get it done.
Just a point before we go forward. I did ask County Council to draft a proposed motion that meets all of their concerns, and I've been informed that it also meets our potential partners' concerns as well. Supervisor Gray, you.
Yes, just a comment before I do make the motion. Yeah, we certainly don't want to end up with another Jamestown mine. So I always want to caution people to think beyond what we see today and make sure that we cover everything. And I have confidence in our council to give us that direction. So with that, would you like to make this
Sure,
this motion?
go ahead.
Okay. I move that we approve the letter of support for the Valley Vista Senior Apartments to be included in the Affordable Housing and Sustainability Communities Program application and authorize the chair to sign. 2, adopt a resolution authorizing the county to act as joint applicant with Valley Vista LLC to submit a 2016 AHSC grant application in an amount not to exceed $10,499,985 to construct Valley Vista Senior Apartments, and authorizing the county administrator to administer the grant on behalf of the county and sign all documents related to the grant application. 3, bring a side agreement for indemnification and insurance back to the board prior to executing a standard agreement finalizing the grant of funds. And 4, authorize the county council to review and execute an interim agreement with the joint applicants waiving any claims against the county should the county withdraw from the AHSC application prior to the grant funds.
Okay. And you got a second? Okay, I've got a motion by Supervisor Gray and a second by Supervisor Rice. I'll go ahead and call the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Passes 5-0. And I know we have a related item, but I think my fellow supervisors are going to crucify me if we don't take a break. So we will come back at 11 o'clock. we're all here, we'll go ahead and reconvene now. Will the clerk of the board please read item 18?
Consideration of directing staff to pursue placing an Article 34 referendum on the November 8th, 2016 ballot and referring the item to the Board of Supervisors Housing Policy Committee for their input and recommendations regarding the ballot measure details.
Ms. Shanahan.
Thank you. Sheila Shanahan, Housing Program Coordinator. This is a related item. It's concerning Article 34 of the California Constitution, which specifies that state and local agencies obtain voter approval before certain types of state-funded affordable rental housing projects are developed within a community. Many affordable housing developments don't fall under Article 34. For example, a development where less than half of the units are funded with state funds are exempt. The Valley Vista Senior Apartments, which you just heard, is applying for state cap-and-trade funds. So because they're using state funds, they may be required to demonstrate that our local jurisdiction has what's called Article 34 authority. They've requested that the county consider placing an Article 34 referendum on the ballot for November 8, 2016. The ballot initiative wouldn't be specific to this project. It would provide a certain number of affordable rental units that could be built either over a long period of time or some type of annual allocation. It wouldn't be site-specific. The allotted units for the year where they're not built, and it would be anticipated that, of course, not all of the units would be built in any given year. They'd carry over to the next year. The referendum doesn't require that units be built. It simply allows the units to be built in the community. It would only apply to the unincorporated county. It doesn't affect the city of Sonora. All projects would still need to go through the normal development approval process. Basically, the purpose of this type of blanket authority is to allow a locality to plan for future affordable housing development and save the cost of frequent elections. The ballot measure is consistent with the county's housing element of the general plan, which sets out goals for the development and rehabilitation of various types of housing, especially rental housing. The cost of an Article 34 referendum on the ballot would be absorbed by the county. Debbie Bautista, who is here or listening, she's here, who is the auditor controller and our registrar of voters. She's indicated that it's really too early to tell what the cost would be, but it's likely to be less than $10,000. The costs are basically printing that portion of the ballot that consists of the Article 34 referendum, publishing a required public notice, translating the measure into Spanish. County Council would also need to prepare an impartial analysis, which would be included with the ballot measure. If approved by your board, a proposed ballot measure would be placed on the November 8th, 2016 ballot, and if over 50% of voters cast a yes vote, the referendum would be approved. If it isn't approved, it could go on a future ballot, but elections in our community happen every other year, so it would be in 2018. Given the short time frame for the cap-and-trade application for Valley Vista Senior Apartments, the item didn't first go before the Board of Supervisors Housing Policy Committee as it normally would. However, if your board so directs, the item would go to the committee, tomorrow in fact, to work out the details and wording of the referendum. Staff recommends that your board directs staff to take this item to the Board of Supervisors Housing Policy Committee for their input and recommendation regarding the ballot measure details and continue to work with County Council and the Registrar of Voters to pursue placing an Article 34 referendum on the November 8, 2016 ballot. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Supervisor Brennan.
Ms. Batista, What would the timeline be for this needing to come back to the board to get it on the ballot?
This has to be approved by the board and given to the Register of Voters no later than August 12th, which is E-minus 88 days, so that then we can do all of the steps that need to be to put it on the ballot, which includes the analysis done by County Council. My other hat, the analysis done by the Auditor Controller, to put the information in the newspaper, to ask for pros and cons, to give the pros and cons a chance to do a rebuttal, and get that all done so that we can actually print it and have it in the pamphlets. So the deadline is E-minus 88, which is August 12th.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Public comment?
I'll keep it very short and very brief. I just wanted to share that Visionary has been part of 2 of these referendums of being placed on the ballot, both at the County of San Joaquin and the City of Stockton. As young as I am, they come up every 10 years, and they've approved 500 units per year. The sad thing is that to this date we've never built 500 units per year, but it does allow that if there's monies like ASAC money that you're able to say you do have the Article 34, because most of your HCD programs, your tax credit programs, that's the very first question. Do you have Article 34? And if you don't, then you're always disqualified. So it's pretty painless unless you have a large objection. I've been fortunate to be for it on the ballot, and there's always somebody that will write the against it, and there is no dollar assigned to it except putting it on the ballots, because it's just a formality. Has this been by the voters, and do they agree that affordable housing should be voted?
Thank you.
So we look for your support. And
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Any comments by board? Looking, I just have one. I want, if we're going to do this, I want staff to do everything appropriate, okay, to make sure that our electorate is well informed as to what the issues are with respect to the referendum. I think it's important. All too often, I know I get a ballot with some referendum on the ballot, and quite frankly, I'm a little confused about some of it. And we've seen some ballot measures go the wrong way because the public wasn't well informed. So whatever we need to do to make sure the public's well informed. And with that, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move on staff recommendations.
Okay.
Second.
I guess Supervisor Gray got in quickly with the motion, and Supervisor Brennan not quite as quickly with the second. Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstain, 5-0. Please read item 19.
Consideration of approving a contract amendment with the California Forensic Medical Group for medical services for inmates at Tuolumne County Jail.
Still loving life?
Yes. All right. You guys ready?
Yes.
As you know, under Title 15 of the California Code of Regulations, the county is required to provide medical services to the inmates of local detention facilities for both emergency and ongoing care. On behalf of the county, the Public Health Department has contracted with California Forensic Medical Group for the past 17 years for those services. This contract has periodically been updated and renegotiated, most recently in 2015. The Quality Assurance Committee, which meets quarterly, has found that the services have been meeting inmate needs, which include basic medical care, pharmaceutical management, and referrals for emergency care as needed. We conduct a yearly jail inspection, which they passed most recently in February. And in accordance with the CFMG contract, this year's extension includes a 3.71% increase based on the CPI. It is respectfully recommended that your board approve a one-year contract amendment between the County of Tuolumne and California Forensic Medical Group with the base cost of $957,643.65 for inmate medical services at the Tuolumne County Jail commencing on July 1st, 2016, and authorize the chair to sign.
Okay. Any questions of staff? Any public comment? You're the sheriff. You're not public.
Okay. I'm sorry. How about staff comment then?
Go
How's
ahead.
that? Thank you, sir. Sheriff Jamila, I just want to say that we have a great working relationship with CFMG, and they do a great job, and I do support this action. Thank you.
I was just kidding about not being public. You're both.
I do want to thank the doc and Ann's support on this. So.
Okay. Thank you.
She's a doc. She went to school.
I know.
She's got all the rights.
Okay. Any other public comment? Okay. Bring it back to the board. I got a motion?
I'll move on staff recommendation.
Okay, got a motion by Supervisor Brennan, second by Supervisor Royce. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstain? 5-0. Please read item 20.
Consideration of adopting a resolution approving the post-retirement medical for Neil Lilly prior to 180 days from his retirement on June 4th, 2016.
Sheriff.
Thank you. Sheriff Jamili. Under the current pension reform laws, if a retiree is hired before 181 days since their retirement date, the Board of Supervisors must provide CalPERS with a certified resolution. Neil Lilly is a deputy sheriff. He was a detective with us, and he is scheduled to retire June 4th of this year. Mr. Lilly has been a detective with our sheriff's office for 14 years in that assignment. To assist the department in background investigations during the time of high caseloads and lack of dedicated investigators for backgrounds, it is critical to fill this position to avoid interruption of the department's function. Mr. Lilly is willing to return to work June 8th. However, since this is less than 180 days from his scheduled retirement, your board is required to have a resolution under the CalPERS rules. 1, he cannot work more than 960 hours in a fiscal year. 2, be paid more than the maximum position. 3, collect unemployment between his retirement and this appointment. And 4, cannot receive any special incentives or benefits to work. Mr. Lilly has met or will meet all of these requirements. The recommendation is approving this resolution, appointing Neil Lilly as an extra help retired annuitant to perform the duties as Relief Community Service Officer for the County of Tuolumne under Government Code 21224, effective June 8, 2016. Now, there's a couple of other things that I would like to that are not in the memo. Number 1 is that this salary comes out of the part-time salaries. Number 2, I have a CSO position right now that will not be funded until mid-year, and that salary savings will go towards that. So that's what we have planned. Right now I have 4 detectives. The detectives are the ones who generally have been doing the background investigation. I have right now scheduled about 4 deputies that will be retiring, which puts a gap. You'll hear from me later on this afternoon about the overtime and what is going on. And so I'm pretty well strapped right now, and my part-time salaries, and this is just a prelude to what you're going to hear, my part-time salaries have gone up, but my part-time salaries are going up to augment and to fill some of the voids that I have due to some of these positions that are open and whatnot. So,
okay.
I'd answer any questions because I know you probably do have a few.
Questions of the sheriff?
The only question is that you're going to be recruiting to fill this position full time, aren't you? I mean, is that your plan?
No, I really don't want to. I hate to say it this way. I don't want to waste a deputy that is a benefited deputy on backgrounds. It's cheaper for me to do it this way, and.
I guess my question is, what happens after he's done his 960 hours? Do you find somebody else that's retiring to fill in there? Or?
Well, it's not we will be able to use some other folks that are special service deputies that fit into this also. This is what he did for us specifically.
Yeah, I understand the need. I was just trying to figure out,
what happens if he goes his 960s? Well, then we have to go to
back here again, right?
No, we're not going to come back here again. I don't like coming here and asking for money. But our plan is that the workload that he has, it shouldn't go over that 960. If it does, I'm not coming back asking.
Thank you.
Chuckle, chuckle.
So, never mind.
Okay.
Anything else? Public comment? Looking for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move approving the resolution.
Okay.
Second.
You got a motion by Supervisor Handbelt, second by Supervisor Brennan. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Go forth and do
Thank
great
you.
things, Sheriff. My intention is to go into closed session at 11:30, so will you please read item 21?
Consideration of adopting a resolution continuing the local state of emergency as required by the California Emergency Services Act, Article 14, Section 8630C, due to pervasive tree mortality.
OES Coordinator.
Good morning, Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office and OES Coordinator. With me today, we have to my right Mr. Mike Albrecht, who is our Tree Mortality Project Manager, and to my left is Ethan Bligmeyer, who is an analyst in our office, also working on all of the emergency services items. So the item before you today is to review the need to renew the proclamation for tree mortality. And when we do this, we like to bring you an update, which is why Mr. Albrecht is here. I'll hit on a few things, and we'll turn it over to Mike, and I know he has some pictures he'd like to show you so you guys have a feel for what's going on out in the field. First is, as we talked about during the last board meeting, we asked to be able to select the contractor for the first pilot project, and that was Type 1 Tree Service Company. They began work on May 31st. We also are working with getting right of entry permits for the future project, which would be the Miwok Village area. That project, we sent out, as in Ethan, myself, and another analyst that's helping, over 900 right of entry permits. What I wanted to do is take a moment to hit on these right of entry permits and why they are so important that we get these back. For homeowners that receive this right of entry permit, we are not saying that that homeowner that receives it, that they absolutely have a tree that needs to be removed. What we're doing is asking for permission to access their property, and a registered professional forester or licensed arborist will go onto their property and assess their trees and see if there are any trees that have bark beetle in them or if they're absolutely already dead. If that is the case, they would mark those trees. Then once we have all of that work done, meaning we need at least 75% of those right of entry permits returned to us, so our RPFs and our registered professional foresters and arborists can go out in the field and do that work, because it's not until that work is completed that we can develop a scope of work for the contractor. Once that happens, as with the last, a mandatory bid walk does take place. We do an invitation for bid, and then we do the mandatory bid walk. Only those contractors who participate in the mandatory bid walk are able to bid on that project. As we did with Type 1, we then look at and score each of those, and they are based on are they qualified, do they have the necessary equipment and staffing, what is their safety record, and of course, how much are they bidding for. We also have RACES, which is our amateur radio group. You probably remember them from the Rim Fire. They did some community information lines for us for several weeks. They did a fantastic job. Ethan and I attended their, I think it's their quarterly meeting, and a few Saturdays ago, and spoke with the group, let them know what we needed. They are volunteering hours over in the Francisco building and answering phones. That phone number is 533-6394. If someone does not answer, we have voicemail, and they will return those phone calls. Then we also have the Woodyard, and the Woodyard's been open for a little over a month, and Mike will provide an update as to the number of loads that they've received to date. Then the website. I do encourage everyone to look at our website. Ethan works very hard on this website. There's a lot of information on it. It also will give individuals, if they're wondering what is the status of their project, who won the bid for their area. Many people want to know this because they want to know, is the contractor who's wandering around the one who should be there? And we want them to make sure that we give them an easy way to find that out. But they can also call the community information line for that as well. And then finally, on the website, we continue to have the request for qualifications is open for both licensed timber operators and D49 tree service companies. So with that, what I'd like to do is turn it over to Mike to provide you an update, and then they can go over the pictures with you as well.
Thank you, Tracy. Mr. Chairman and board members, thank you for a chance to give you an update. It's really great to be here. I got to tell you, it's a pleasure working with your staff. They're very dedicated, and Tuolumne County taxpayers continue to get their money's worth, I'll tell you, out of these two and others. So I think we'll start. Are you ready, Ethan, with a couple pictures? Let's start with Leisure Pines. Leisure Pines is the pilot project we've been working hard on getting going. It is now going, and in fact, it's about 20% done. And we've got a few pictures here just to give you an idea of what has been taking place. The operator's doing a good job. There's a pretty typical scene of what things look like after PG&E got done taking things from vertical to horizontal. Lots of small pieces in Leisure Pines because so many power lines and so many homes, so a lot of pieces came down in chunks, even down to firewood size. Go ahead, Ethan. And same yard from a different view. The next slide is after Type 1 has been in and gotten the chunks cleaned up. And what will happen in this yard starting Wednesday, actually of this week, Wednesday, Thursday, is now CAL FIRE will come in and chip up the slash. And that is going to get additionally manicured and really look good. And in fact, they're going to cut those stumps off down along the road, and it's going to look real nice. Go ahead, Ethan. That's just another shot in Leisure Pines of that is now all cleaned up. I don't have an after one of that, but those logs are all down at the wood yard. And here is Type 1 at work. The kind of equipment they have is really nifty. It's small equipment on rubber tracks, and generally what they do is go in and move wood from the different lots down to road edge and then load it with this excavator into trucks. And go ahead, Ethan. And there's the truck. And next shot shows there's an area that's been cleaned up. That area to the left was just decked full of logs, and so they leave a real nice clean footprint with this equipment they have. It's rubber tracked, real easy on the ground. And again, that area is going to get additionally cleaned up by CAL FIRE crews, probably including sweeping the driveway. They're going to do a good job. Go ahead. This is an area where we've gotten the logs out, and CAL FIRE will come in, and all that will get chipped up and treated. You can see on that where the machinery went up the bank there and leaves a pretty light footprint. Go ahead, yeah. And there's another close-up of that area. Logs are gone, but the slash cleanup will get done. And next time I come back, I'll show you what these look like when they're totally done, but they're going to look manicured. CAL FIRE is really excited about what they can do with the crews. They're going to chip all that stuff, spread it out, and really make it look nice. That's where they're working today, actually. And so that is being transformed as we speak into a much better looking operation, yard. Okay. And then the wood yard, just got a couple pictures of the wood yard, which I think we've gotten in between 50 and 60 loads down there. And it's really there's the sign that tells people what they can and can't do. I call it it's a spot for our homeless logs right now, because most of the logs are still going to some sort of market, which is good. A lot of logs are going to the wood shavings plant. Stuff's getting chipped for ultra power. Some logs are suitable for the mill. So right now the county wood yard is the log yard of last resort, but it's going to continue to fill up more and more rapidly as this program really gets going around the county. Go ahead, Ethan. Yeah. There it is after we just got done grading it and getting it ready for receiving wood. And There's a shot of some of the longer, bigger pieces we've got. Those could go down to the shavings plant and probably will at some time. And then we've got another shot of, there's actually a logging truck. A lot of stuff comes in dump trucks, but that was worthy of a picture. Well, that's not news to me, but it's good to see a logging truck. And then a lot of material like that will be ground up for the power plant. They've got a contractor ready to go we'll need to get about 5 times that much wood in, and then we'll get the wood processed to ultra power. So I think, yeah. And I'll additionally say what's going on. We meet as a task force every month, and PG&E delivered some very interesting and I think good news to us at our last task force meeting. They're about to enter into a large contract with a nationally known disaster relief contractor for all of their territory, not just Tuolumne County, but they are going to start cleaning up 100% of their mess, if you will, or of the tree mortality. In the past, it was just drop the trees, get them on the ground, keep moving, get stuff vertical to horizontal. And so now they're going to get trees dropped, cleaned up, and so it's going to maybe change our program of work a little bit more. It'll be positive. It'll stretch our dollars. We're not going to have to do as much of the cleanup work. We'll meet with this contractor in the next couple of weeks and find out how we can work together with the same idea that we do a single pass through an area where we're cleaning up PG&E material and the county material at the same time. In the meantime, while we're waiting for this big contractor to get going, we're going to focus on some of the roads where we don't have power lines, Old Highway 120, Merrill Road, Tuolumne County North, Tuolumne Road, County Road North, Confidence Road, and some others. So that's where we're taking the program. I think things are going well. There's a lot going on in the county. Cal Fire's got stuff going. Caltrans has got stuff going. TUD. It's very well coordinated, in my opinion. And there have been no injuries associated with anything that the county's doing yet, but there have been a couple injuries in the county already from tree mortality work. There have been a couple fatalities in the state from tree climbers, and we stress safety all the time, but it's a tough, dangerous bunch of work out there, and people, the professionals are going to get hurt, but we're going to try to keep our public from getting hurt. So that's enough from me, I think. Unless any questions.
Just a comment. I was out Old Highway 120 on Sunday, and there are limbs actually falling in the road right now. So,
yeah, that I think is where we're going to go next. Yep.
Okay. Any other questions, comments by Supervisor Hanvelt?
You going to mention your tour?
No.
What do you mean no?
Well, I guess we are now. So on Thursday, as you all received notice, we have asked you to come up, and we will take you through the area. You can view what the work that's taking place. You can meet the contractor. CAL FIRE will also be on site, and PG&E, someone from PG&E will be there as well.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have a Brown
By
Act?
invitation only, right?
Yes.
Okay. Rocky Deal's coming. I just heard that. So.
That may be a Brown Act problem, but we can discuss it later.
Okay. There will not be a Brown Act problem. There won't be a Brown Act problem. That's what I'm saying. Okay. Unless we agendize it, but we're inside the 72 hours. Any other comments? Okay. Public comment, please. None? Before I ask for a motion, Mike, you passed out some kudos to our staff. I appreciate that. They really are great. But we couldn't be doing this and leading the state in this effort without you either. So thank you very much. And with that, Supervisor Brennan.
I'd like to make the motion, but I want to emphasize that. And real briefly, I was at a JPA meeting with Mariposa County, Tuolumne County, Calaveras County, and Amador County last Thursday. And we talked about a new program that will be coming up. TMAP, but all of those supervisors emphasized that Tuolumne County was leading this effort and that they were utilizing a lot of information that was coming out of Tuolumne County in their own counties, and they wanted me to pass along thanks to our staff for the tremendous work that we're doing. And with that, I would move on the recommendation.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion by Supervisor Brennan and a second by Supervisor Handbelt. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstain? Okay, we're going to do one more before we go into closed session. Will you please read item number 22?
Consideration of adopting a resolution entering into an agreement with the State of California Office of Emergency Services of Hazard Mitigation Grant Program.
You're still here.
I'm still here. So good morning, Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office and OES Coordinator. The item before you right now is the Department of Homeland Security Federal Emergency Management Agency has put out a hazard mitigation grant. These funds become available anytime there's a federal proclamation in a state. There's a certain percentage that they take from that or they allocate as a result of that and make it available. This year there's $50 million available, and that's as a result of Lake County Fire and the Calaveras County fires. What we are hoping to be able to do is utilize this funding to do something that I know all five of you and everyone that has been working in tree mortality has been wanting to do, and that's to provide assistance to homeowners for fuels reduction in defensible space. Those who are eligible for this are federally recognized tribes, nonprofits, and what happens with the hazard mitigation plan and the goal of that is that we would reduce the threat to life and property by mitigating the actions or the item that's in place that's causing the hazard. In this case, it would be all of our fuels that are on the ground, and those are still standing up. So with that being said, we have a hazard mitigation plan that was adopted by by your board and approved by FEMA in February 2014. While the hazard mitigation grant does allow for wildfire mitigation, what we really want to be able to do is use this funding to help all of those individuals who call us every single day saying, is there any assistance for these dead and dying trees? And not only that, but sometimes for the trees that are on properties, and it is for private property owners, that maybe PG&E had come in the past and they'd fallen, the trees have been felled, but all of the fuel is still lying on the ground. This would assist with that as well. So there is a 25% share of cost on this. The maximum amount of the grant is $4 million, so that would be $1 million in local match and $3 million on federal funding. With that being said, what we are looking to your board is to, first of all, do you want us to apply for this grant? If you do, how much would you like us to apply for? And then finally, if both of those answers are yes and go forth, then we also need we're asking that you would approve the resolution that's attached to your document, and that would give an authorized agent, just as you've done for all the other OES-related documents or grants that we have, and that allows a county administrator or a deputy county administrator to sign all grant-related documents. The other thing is because this is federal funding, NEPA may be required. It depends on the area in which we're working. The good news about that is that FEMA pays 100% of the environmental review cost, and that does not come as part of the grant. So it's separate from the grant, and it's fully funded. So that was good news. Well, Ethan and I were a little like, oh, how are we going to make that work? The fact that they are really making additional concessions to the counties to try and do the best, we really appreciated that. The projects must be located in wildland urban interface, which we have plenty of those. And the goal is to protect buildings and homes and life and property. With that being said, I don't know if there's anything Ethan would like to add. Ethan is the one putting the grant together. And originally we had done a notice of interest a few months ago. Was it May or I can't remember anymore. And we did it for $1 million, but we can apply for more.
Okay. In a one-on-one discussion with you, you were mentioning some aspects of how that matching funds, what could be used to meet that match. Would you like to elucidate?
Yes, I would. Thank you for the reminder. So the 25% cannot be federal funds, but it can be state and local match. So homeowners could pay the 25% too. That would give them a 75% reimbursement for cost. I'm sorry, reimbursement to the county. We don't reimburse homeowners. So it's local match. It could be private. It could be something from a nonprofit. It can be donations. There's lots of ways that we can make that match work.
Okay. Anybody, any other questions?
I think it's great news.
Yeah.
Yes to all.
Oh, well, first
I think
of all,
we just
gotta go for
reinvented-
absolutely everything we get. We will, assuming we can figure out the 25% match, we'll exceed it. Is it a $4 million grant or is it a $3 million grant? If it's a $4 million grant, we could come up with $1.25 million, but we go for the maximum as far as I'm concerned.
Right. So you get $3 million in funds, and you have a 25% cost share. So it's $4 million grant with a 25% cost share. So you have $3 million federal funds that we would receive.
Okay. So I
It's a
think
squirrely
we've...
way to
Yeah.
say it, but
Yeah.
It's-
I think
we'll
we,
take it.
yeah, I think we've reinvented the term no-brainer. I'll go ahead and open up to public comment. Okay. Bring it back. Any further comments or take a motion?
So I'd move on the recommendation and applying for the full amount of available funding.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion by Supervisor Brennan and a second by Supervisor Hanvelt. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And all those opposed and abstain? Okay, thank you very much. We're going to go ahead and go into closed session right now. Will the clerk please read our closed session items? We intend to adjourn for lunch, and then we will reconvene for our 1:30 appointments. Yes. 1:30 for our 1:30 appointments.
Ready?
Yeah, go ahead.
Closed session, conference with labor negotiators Craig Pedro and Friend, Authority Government Code Section 54957.6, all bargaining units. Conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, Authority Government Code Section 54956.9D4, one case, and conference with real property negotiator, price and terms, Authority Government Code Section 54956.8, negotiators Craig Pedro, Daniel Richardson, negotiating with Jane Holman Sturden on the 0.592 acre parcel located at 10 Galavera Street in Sonora with APN 056090032.
Do we anticipate any reports?
As to the litigation, yes. However, I don't know if we'll get to it at this 11.
Okay. Thank you very much. We're going to close session now. Reconvening for our 1:30 appointment. Prior to doing that, I will report out from closed session. Item 29A is incomplete at this time. 29B, initiation of litigation. Supervisor Hanvelt moved and Supervisor Royce seconded, and by a vote of 5-0, the board approved the County of Tuolumne to initiate a lawsuit in the Tuolumne County Superior Court by and through the office of the County Council. Comments regarding that. Details of the action, including names of the parties, may be disclosed to the public upon request after the action is formally commenced, unless to do so would jeopardize the ability to serve a defendant or jeopardize settlement. In item 29C, real property negotiation, we have nothing to report. Again, 29A is still an open item, and we will do that at a later time today. So would the clerk of the board please read our first 1:30 appointment? Okay. We'll recess as the Board of Supervisors and reconvene as the Tuolumne County Public Power Agency. Did I scare you?
And this is consideration of approving the proposed Tuolumne Public Power Agency fiscal year 2016-17 budget.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Kathleen Haff, Deputy Director for Tuolumne Public Power Agency. And I'll refer to this agency from time to time probably as TPPA. It's a little bit faster to say. So we have the 16-17 budget before you. There are a few changes. First and foremost is that we calculated this budget based upon 25.5 million kilowatt hours rather than 26 million. 25.5 million, yeah, that's right. And so I'm going to direct you right away to attachment A. It's the first attachment. And you'll see there that the calculations are based upon that consumption for the whole membership, which is 32 members now. And there aren't any changes in PG&E rate. It remains the same since our FERC settlement. There are quite a few changes in the Western Area Power. That's our federal power rate. Part of that is the projected first preference percentage has gone up because it's based upon Western Area's budget, and we're a very small percentage of that budget, but their budget has gone from 73 million to 78 million, so it affects us. And you'll see that there, our monthly cost is almost the same as our actual first preference rate that we're paying right now. And then we do true-ups. We will be finishing off the 2014 federal true-up, which was pretty substantial. It was $22,000 a month. And then we will start with our 2015 true-up where we got a credit from 2016. So that helped bring it down. It wasn't very high anyway. It was $4,000 something, and now it's $2,084 a month. So all those costs go into making a pretty hefty sum of $1,142,452 for the year. And the CalISO costs have gone up too. It's kind of volatile this year, and we're going to end up a lot higher this year than what we projected. And so we're taking that into consideration and looking at their modeling, bumped it up to $525,000. So these three comprise our major costs in our power that we have to send to our members. And we also have our overhead, which isn't very much. It's comparatively speaking anyway, $187,897. And then costs that we have for our electrical upgrade projects and also for our energy conservation projects. So all those go in together to help make our budget $2,770,134. I must mention that this is no general fund cost. This is all self-contained within TPPA. It pays for itself. So we now I want you to look at attachment B, which is our real cost budget. And in that real cost budget, you see the $2,770,000, and you see the major costs, but you don't see any rate stabilization funding brought in. And if we were to pay the real cost, if we were to suggest to you, to our members to pay the real cost, it's 10.16 cents per kilowatt hour. You see that up under the fiscal year 16-17 column. But we're not suggesting that. So the next thing we did was figure out, well, what if we kept it the same? What if we kept it at 9.3 cents, which is our current cost? So attachment C shows you what kind of money we'd have to bring in from rate stabilization fund to make it 9.3 cents. And there you see it would be $213,000 and some change, and we don't have that kind of money left in rate stabilization funding. So now, if you will turn to attachment D, you'll see what we are proposing. We're proposing to bring in $101,000 from rate stabilization funding to make our rate 9.75, which is pretty much in the middle of what it actually is and what we can afford to bring in to make the bump. It's up for our members, but not so much. So that's what we're recommending to you. We had a meeting with our members on May 25th. We had 7 different agencies show up, and we went through in a little bit more detail what's gone on with our budget this year, and I asked for comments, and I didn't get any, so nothing to report there. They all understand. And I open it up to you to ask any questions you might have.
Supervisor Gray. Kathleen, just for the public's benefit, at that 9.75 per kilowatt, how much less is that than the approximate going rate right now?
Well, the last time I figured, the going rate was between 18 and 19 cents. I haven't figured it for this year. It goes up every year.
Right, but almost half
Yeah.
the cost. All right,
Yeah.
thank you.
Any other questions of staff? I have one. How does the rate stabilization fund get populated?
Originally, it was taken from our trust fund amount on our, I don't know what it's called. Craig can help with that.
It's actual fund balance.
Fund balance.
For TICPA, which I don't have off the top of my head. It's about $1 million left.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're talking about taking money out of the rate stabilization fund.
Possibly next year, not this year.
But I'm just.
Yeah, there's a rate stabilization, fund. There's $1 million roughly that's set aside as an untouched fund balance right now. The other that's been set aside specifically for state rate stabilization is dwindling, and at some point soon we'll start to have to pull out of that fund balance to repopulate.
Okay, that was the question. Thank you.
The only thing that might help us next fiscal year, 17-18, is that we know we're going to be getting a credit on the true-up. We're getting some of that benefit now, but hopefully it's a bigger credit, and maybe we won't need to use rate stabilization money. But if we do, it would be we'd come to you next fiscal year.
Okay, thanks. Do we have any public comment? Bring it back to the board.
On the staff recommendation, I move on staff recommendation.
Okay, I've got a motion by Supervisor Gray, a soft second by Supervisor Royce. Any other comments? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And opposed?
Thank you.
And abstention? Okay, 5-0, unanimous. And that's true. We will adjourn quietly as the Tuolumne Public Power Agency and reconvene as the Board of Supervisors. Please read our second 1:30 appointment.
This is presentation and status on the fiscal year 2016-17 recommended budget and consideration of directing staff on changes to the general strategies being used to develop same.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, members of the board.
Mr. Pedro.
Long time. So, again, we're getting close to the end of a long journey. The budget, it seems like it's a year-round process. It almost is, now. But significantly, we talked about it during our retreat this year. We talked about it during our multi-year reviews, both status quo and our modifieds. Had direction from the board. Started working on things. We've met with the finance committee twice now regarding it. We had a meeting with the board on May 17, and we're coming up to this meeting, just trying to get final direction on what we need to do to bring this into balance and present it to you for adoption as a proposed budget on June 21st. And then by way of reminder, we have a final budget hearing that will occur, I believe it's on August 16 this year. So other changes can be made. So that's kind of a two-step process at this point. So I think this is not at the beginning. There we go. So let me just go ahead and I'll go quickly through these slides. A little bit of review. We've already touched upon it. So what I brought to you last time was what did the budget look like just based upon the submissions from departments. We hadn't worked it. And again, just reporting on our big funds. We knew, I'm going to start from the bottom and go up. Fire fund was going to be okay, but that's their fund balance. That they very much like to use for an engine at some point, but it's also it's in their contingency, or the updated number is. In the road fund, already been reported, vacant positions have been removed. A lot of their project money, not like the bridges and roads like you had with your engineering team earlier, but things that our road crews themselves produce. Those have been trimmed significantly to get this thing down to balance, and that's still getting $750,000 out of from the general fund to the road fund. So that's very severe, as was discussed earlier. We were talking about the letter, going to the governor. And then under the net general fund problem, while if you just did the math of beginning balance plus revenue minus expense on what we were submitted, it came out to a negative $2.4 million. Again, good questions coming from the board because there's things that weren't in there yet, such as our bargaining set aside. There was also an overdependence on one-time money based on the direction that you had given me previously. So this number at one point, you put it all together, and it was about a $3.8 million problem. But again, an unworked problem, so I don't want to overstate it. But it was a big number. So on May 17, we just, the direction you guys had given us, just 2 slides here. Again, we know what our investment priorities are, as you've directed to us. You want us to optimize our revenue opportunities, not use more than 1%, to finance more than 1% of the general fund using beginning balance. Make sure that we're constraining spending where we can, looking at needs, not desires, doing a prudent vacancy factor in the high turnover general fund departments. And that's the first time in a long time that we've done this. And it was a significant tool. And then also stringent budgeting of overtime. And then finance our law and justice projects over 30 years. And I'll probably come back to you in July with an update on that. I did it in the process of preparing this proposed budget, but we can go over that, all of our major law and justice projects. We did reduce our internal mandate charges, did prioritize the most critical fixed assets, and we're able to find a way to balance the road fund without additional transfers, but at a cost. And again, we need solutions from Sacramento and Washington, D.C. to really address the root problems there. At that time, you said go ahead and put in these position changes that are in the highlights. And there's 3 that I just want to point out particularly. There's environmental health specialist in the Community Resource Agency. There's such a demand there that it's making our tracking reports go red, and definitely need that in order to keep services going to the public, keep development projects rolling. We had the code compliance inspector position, again, new position that was mainly targeted at the medical marijuana action the board took, though we all know there's a lot of code compliance issues out there. And then we had the IT manager, to help better organize and get the most out of the resources we currently have to achieve the goals of the board and the departments. And the other things basically offset their costs, much smaller numbers, but those positions were indeed put into the proposed budget and are in there right now based on your direction. So that leads us to today. And then, again, I'm just going to flash these, but these are your they're the schedule ones, but this is how you know if you're balanced or not. And these are your governmental funds. It shows total governmental fund expenditures of just over $146 million. The general fund is about $66.7 million. And at this point, it's showing us about $768,000 out of balance, which is really the main point of the discussion today. Just flashing these, your enterprise funds are balanced. Columbia Airport is self-sustaining. Pine Mountain Lake still requiring a transfer from the general fund. And ambulance is covering its cost, though the full board will see a proposal related to rates coming soon that was reviewed with the Finance Committee here recently. And then in your internal service funds, these reflect the things that your board directed as far as the reduced mandate charges to departments. So, as it stands right now, there are contingencies scattered throughout these different funds. In the general fund, we have, as we're sitting here right now, $1.7 million in there. County fire, $585,000. Health, $633,000, and so forth. So those are the contingencies are within your various funds. Again, you should really be looking to the handouts so you can see this better. And for those who don't know, there's copies of this in the back for folks in the audience. But it shows that unresolved problem of $768,000. This is a two-step process I want to suggest to you is that right now we're not in balance, and some of the ongoing expenses that are in the budget just exceed the ongoing revenues. And so what I'm requesting and recommending to your board is, for now, to take the code compliance investigator, out of the budget, and take the IT manager position, out of the budget. We will go ahead and, like we've done in other years, proceed with the recruitments for both of those positions, but it'll give me an opportunity between now and the final hearing to try and find either ongoing revenues or reductions in ongoing expenses to put those positions, in. But we won't lose any time. We'll still do the recruitments. So if we get these things back in, and talking with the Finance Committee, I believe that's the intent and desire. We'll get them back in the final hearing, and we'll be able to hire almost immediately. And then the second piece I'll talk about a little later, but embedded in this is a proposed change in how we go about allocating TOT dollars towards the Tuolumne County Visitors Bureau. Again, I don't want to take the time right now. I'll come back to that later in the presentation. But if you did all three of those things, allow me to recognize those changes, that'd be $334,000 in savings or redirections of funds, and still leave us about a $434,000 problem. I can tell you, working with all of the departments, anything much more that we do, it's going to start hurting those departments. They gave a lot and frequently at the office. Everyone contributed. Those budgets are very, very tight. And at this point, my suggestion would be just to talk, reevaluating the county capital budget. We've got that down to the bare bones in there. The last set of changes we made was about $261,000 in savings. We did continue to evaluate revenues, and kudos to our auditor controller, who is always hawkish looking at our revenues. And one particular state revenue, AB 90, was able to identify what appears to be now an ongoing revenue increase of about $217,000 from that source, and that's great. So that helped a lot. And then just additional department trimming, example being we were meeting with probation staff, and it's mainly a timing thing of when the regional juvenile center will come on board, and we'll stop our practice of shipping kids out of county, and when we'll be able to start taking them in-house. We've had some double budgeting of some things, like some of the technology projects. We're just syncing everything up. And there was about another $137,000. These are just some of the last changes recently as yesterday. So things are pretty hard at this point. My recommendation is to go ahead and take that $434,000 from our contingencies. And you can see that at the very bottom of this slide. It would take it from the 1.7, which is our target, reduce it to $1,266,000. With the intent, like those other positions, when we get into the final budget hearing, is to restore that to that full $1.7 million target. If this was a much larger number, I wouldn't be making that recommendation to you. I'd be saying, let's do what we need to do right now. But this is close enough to where I'd like to have the extra weeks to work with the departments, the numbers, see how our revenues come in their final form, see what really shakes out of the state budget, see if there's some other revenue opportunities and things that we can tap rather than going into those departmental budgets deeper than we already have. Because again, I believe they're tight. Moving on to the second page, I just want to let you know I am watching these things closely. Back to our use of fund balance. This slide shows what our general fund beginning balance is. It shows an amount for pure contingencies, and then it shows how much of that fund balance is going towards operations, and there's $769,000. Our policy would say 1% of our general fund budget, that number really should be closer to $667,000, but it's close. So not a big violation, but just to note, this is the first time that we're actually doing that purposefully, to start dipping into our fund balance to pay for our ongoing operations like this. And then there's a bunch of one-time projects that we're using the one-time fund balance for, and those are just listed below, a variety of the IT projects your board directed, some costs related to general plan work, and one parking project. What's not in the budget, particularly in the one-time project area right now, there's monies that we need to do to finish a project that we talked about earlier this year, some paving on Yankee Hill Road. There was also the second lift on Parrots Ferry Road to finish that project off. That one in particular absolutely needs to be done, I'm not suggesting otherwise. And then right now the mobile data terminals, the computers in our patrol cars, that's not in there right now, but I'm hopeful that we can find some one-time dollars and put these things back into the budget when we get into the final hearing.
When you put those mobile data terminals in them, they take maintenance. Are you going to add that to the budget too?
We'll be talking to the sheriff about the whole thing, obviously. Right. So let me then get back to that TOT allocation issue or proposal. Is on this particular chart, it shows what our receipts have been in the area of, this is transient occupancy tax, otherwise known as hotel motel tax. And you can see the actuals from 9-10 through 14-15 and what we're projecting for 15-16. And you can see TOT's been doing very, very well. Part of that is that in the first part of fiscal 10-11 is when the voters approved an increase from 8% to 10% on TOT. That was a partial year implementation. About 3/4 of the year, we had things like Evergreen's expansion coming online. We've also, you can see, it dipped in 13-14, and that was the rim fire, taking effect. And this last year, just things are doing well, and it's nice to have winter back. So we have our ski resorts doing things, and people kind of coming up for snow, and hoping that we'll also have higher water levels that will help attract people up here. And then if you can see how much of that per past policy the board goes to the Visitors Bureau, and then how much of the TOT is used to help support general fund operations. And again, the reason we even went to the voters with that TOT increase back at the onset of the Great Recession was to help fortify the general fund and all the things that the general fund supports, such as our law enforcement and so forth. But also, it was an investment for economic development. That was a two-prong, thing that we're doing there. But you can see the growth of what's been given to the Visitors Bureau, and we're about to take another major leap this year, and this is the time to have this discussion. We have Rush Creek that's going to be coming online here soon. They have a planned opening later this month. I think they'll be fully functional by the end of summer, early fall, and that's going to be significant. Its sister lodging entity, Evergreen, had a big effect on our TOT, and Rush Creek's going to have a big effect on our TOT. And you can see our estimate. It's significant. We could jump from 2.8 up to 3.3 million. And if there's ever time to consider maybe using that money's a little different, and I don't want to get too far from what that was about, because there was an understanding with our tourism industry, our lodging industry, and those folks that 25% would be dedicated to those kinds of purposes. So I do not want to disrespect that and encourage the board to keep that in mind at all times. But the thought here would be, you could go ahead and just keep it dedicated to the Visitors Bureau, or you could look at doing things a little different to fund some of the other things, take a portion of that and fund other things that are also a part of economic development and promotion. And specifically in your economic development and promotion budget, you have things like the Motherlode Roundup Parade, you have the fair, you have the Economic Development Authority and the Arts Alliance, things that also help bring people to our community and help with economic development. So some of the options that have been put in here is, say, instead of dedicating 25% solely to the Visitors Bureau, you could go to, say, 23%. And you can see the numbers. Instead of $703,000 or $825,000, they would get $759,000, which is still a significant increase from what we projected for 15-16, and that would free up $66,000 of that could be used towards other economic and development or promotion activities. Or another idea is you could cap the growth to a certain percentage per year, and this just illustrates what if that were 2%? It could be 3 or 5%, but for illustration purposes, that could see their income rise to $717,000 versus the $703,000. So still growing, but it would free up about $108,000 that your board could use to help support your other economic development promotion activities. Or you could do a temporary cap and just keep it at the 703 level, and that would free up approximately $122,000 to help support those other economic development and promotion organizations. And so in that earlier slide, it showed $122,000, and that's the assumption is the temporary cap. But and let me just flip to this other slide so people can see, this is what we have in our Economic Development and Promotion Cost Center currently. But the concept here would be to incorporate those numbers in the budget, and between now and the final hearing in August, that myself and the board's representative with the Visitors Bureau, which I believe is Supervisor Hanvelt, Mr. Miller from the city, and someone from the city council would meet with Ms. Mayo and someone from her board, and we can sit down and talk about this and reach some kind of a consensus. Again, something that allows us to invest in some of those other economic development and promotion areas without disrespecting the understandings from years gone by. And just to say, I did talk and had lunch with Ms. Mayo yesterday about this. She's understanding of it. I don't think I got roses sent to me today, but she understands it, appreciated the conversation, and she's definitely willing to have that conversation. And same thing with Mr. Miller. Talked to him today, and he's also open to having that conversation and seeing if we can reach consensus on this before we get into our final budget hearing. Yes, sir.
Well, I think we haven't mentioned here in the course of things the fantastic job that the Visitors Bureau has done in terms of enticing people, tourism in this county, and they have in fact created a lot of lowered the vacancy rate, if you will, and created a lot of good economic impact. And I don't think we should discount that in our discussions. I think they've done a terrific job, and we're seeing the fruits of that. So we can't just underscore that or just blow it off and say that they haven't done their job. They have done their job, and it's clear evidence.
Yeah, I'm glad you make the point, because no one would imply that, or it's not suggested at all in this presentation or the concept. Actually, you want to respect that, and you want to, as some folks have said, you still want to provide an incentive for them to continue to do the good work and to benefit from that. What benefits them benefits us all. It's an investment. It'll come back around, but there's other entities that also do similar work. So this is a good opportunity, particularly specifically with Rush Creek coming on board, to reevaluate it so nobody gets hurt, and you continue to keep that money dedicated, invested towards economic development and promotion. So, Mr. Chairman, that's the end of the presentation. So I'm just looking for direction as if the board concurs with those final actions to bring this into balance.
Okay. Supervisor Gray? I just want to go back to the Visitors Bureau and the funding. I think it is important to recognize that they have done a great job, but it's also good to recognize that there is an overall capacity on how much that they can do, where economic development does play into that. And using the Rush Creek as an example, I think it's more economic development issue that it was built versus what anything that the Visitors Bureau did. I mean, that's important to recognize. But I would have to agree with Mr. Pedro. We need to recognize all the work and Supervisor Hanveld that they've done. But I get to a point with, once we get to where the 25% is $2 million a year, how much more can the Visitors Bureau do for $2 million a year versus $1 million a year? You know, we have to make an adjustment somewhere, and maybe this is the best time to do it.
Supervisor Brown.
We need to make that adjustment, and then I think at some point we talk about some of the other expenses with the county that really are we can talk about what the sources of need are, and I'm going to point to, say, search and rescue, which is an all-volunteer force, and just gets a minimal amount of resources. They're doing fundraising to get their own uniforms, and yet when I talk to them, almost 100% of their call-out volume, and I think they had 4 over Memorial Weekend, is visitors from outside of the county. So while definitely we have done, I think, an amazing job, the Visitors Bureau has, we also, I think, need to recognize some of those costs that we have that are just directly associated with visitors coming to Tuolumne County.
Okay, well, I'll chime in as well. I think we all are obviously in agreement. I know we are all in agreement that Visitors Bureau has done some phenomenal things in terms of bringing not just visitors here, but enticing some people to maybe come up here and then move here and live here. So it's very, very important. I do think that as I believe it was Supervisor Gray said, when you're working off of just a pure percentage, sometimes you get to a capacity issue. I would be very interested in opening up the dialogue, and obviously you mentioned some of the partners in that ought to be involved in that dialogue. I would add maybe the Lodging Association and some other people that played heavily in the original TOT, I won't say recruitment, but the publicity effort to get that TOT increase. I think we ought to consider everybody's views, but I agree with I think every one of my colleagues that's spoken so far, and it's worth at least reviewing the bidding on it, and I will wait to see what the recommendation that comes out of that is. But I think it's a good time to do that. I'm okay with the presentation. I will tell you that if you don't come back with those 3 people put back in August, then you better bring a whole bag of really good excuses, because those are really, really important positions to fill.
But just to clarify, it's only 2.
I'm sorry, 2 people. 2 people back in. And I think it's okay right now to go down this path because there's still a lot of unknowns between now and then. So I'm okay with the briefing as it is. Supervisor Hanvelt?
Yeah, I like what you just said, but I want to add one more thing, and that is on that page of IT things. I mean, I just keep going back to our retreat where the entire staff, I think the entire staff, I didn't see any negatives. We're all screaming that they need that help, and that's the productivity that'll allow them to do their jobs. We just got to get that stuff done over the finish line. So I think it's absolutely essential we put those in, and I can't emphasize that enough.
Yeah, and I don't want to wait until we get somebody hired in August to get some of this stuff well on the way to getting done. I think a lot of people are tired of waiting for some of it.
They're moving on it.
Okay, move harder. So can I get a motion from someone?
Or consensus.
Consensus is good?
If this looks like a reasonable plan,
Yep.
I can just take that as direction, then
okay.
That's what we'll use this as the roadmap to put the final package together for your adoption on June 21st. And again, this is a proposed budget, and we'll be able to still make changes as we get into the final budget in August.
Okay. Well, if you happen to find, $434,000 somewhere, or $768,000 somewhere between now and 2 weeks from now, you'll be our hero.
Okay.
Okay. Can we get public comment, please? Any public comment? Going once, going twice, sold to America. Okay. Is it 23 or 24? Okay, let's read 23.
Consideration of approving correspondence with the Stanislaus National Forest concerning the Rim Fire Restoration Environmental Impact Statement.
Okay.
Yes, good afternoon. Daniel Richardson, Deputy County Administrator. You recall way back when following the rim fire, we had the bear team process. After that, we had the hazard tree removal. Then we had the recovery process, and now we're into reforestation of the rim fire. This process is approaching we would hope its final stages, but we never know due to the possibility of litigation, and we'll see where this goes. So we have prepared a comment letter that responds to the reforestation environmental impact statement that the Stanislaus National Forest has prepared. In January, your board did draft a comment letter on the draft EIS, and so this letter takes those comments and expands upon them. A new letter was given to the board this morning that is in your packet. In red are the slight wording changes that have been made. I want to also make mention that this was run by County Council, and so this contains the proper legal language which protects the Board of Supervisors in case this does go to litigation. So with that, the draft letter is here for your consideration. Just want to mention also Liz Peterson played a great role in helping to put together this information. So thank you.
Okay.
Make a quick comment.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I want to thank Liz for this work also. And we discussed this quite a bit at the Natural Resource Committee, and I will be honest that it continues to be very disappointing to see the level of, or the percentage of the rim fire perimeter that first it was a salvage component, then the reforestation component, or restoration, and now reforestation. We're looking at about 16% of that perimeter being reforested, and that's very problematic. But within these discussions, and especially coming out of YSS, really gets at why I believe our committee supported this alternative, and that really is item 7. And that is the unprecedented need for scientific study and long-term monitoring so that we can actually start answering these questions and put to rest a lot of the debate that there just simply the science does not exist currently. And in looking at this alternative, that was the piece that ultimately surfaced as the most important point of topic of conversation is how do we get to a place where we start actually trying to bring in academia and those other parties that can assist with this effort. And so in my mind, that paragraph is really key to this. And then language that County Council did help us with, in that if this goes through an objection process, how are we fully engaged in the process? And so, again, from my perspective, both of those very important pieces are addressed in this letter. Thank you, Liz.
Thank you. Supervisor Handbelt.
First of all, I echo what Supervisor Brennan said, and I think it's really important in this new process, the objection process, and we've been through one round of that. It's really important that we have standing in this thing, so I want to thank County Council for participating in that and staff for doing this kind of work. We have to comment, and we have to be in the game, and this is the way we get in the game. And the last comment is, while, quote, the state of emergency over rim fire is, quote, over, the recovery of rim fire I consider just as much an emergency that we have to stay on top of it. until it's done, and that'll be probably past most of our lifetimes. But the county's got to stay engaged, and it's important we do that. So, thank you.
Fine with the letter.
Okay.
Covers everything.
Can I get any public comment, please? Seeing none, bring it back to the board. Supervisor Brennan.
Move on staff recommendation.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion by Supervisor Brennan, a second by Supervisor Handbelt on staff recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? 5. Item 24.
Consideration of adopting a resolution continuing the local state of emergency as required by the California Emergency Services Act, Article 148630C, due to drought conditions.
Is this your solo sortie?
This
here?
is my solo,
Okay.
my first solo mission up here.
Good.
So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the board. Ethan Billigmeyer, Tuolumne County Administrator's Office and Office of Emergency Services. I'm here to discuss the current drought issues and also to recommend the approval of continuation of drought emergency resolution. So, just want to update you guys with some current statistics on how our drought program's looking. Currently, we have 237 wells and 11 springs that have been reported as dry, which affects over a total of 348 homes. 123 temporary water tanks have been placed through our CDA program. And our contractor through, Jeff Menke, our contractor through that program, has been sounding wells and has noticed that there is, he has noticed an increase in groundwater levels in the wells in the lower areas, such as the Court Stent area, and an increase in springs in the higher elevations. However, we're not sure if that means that these are going to be permanently coming back or if this is just a temporary thing due to the increase of water we've gotten. As we've noticed, we've had an exceptionally hot summer already, and it actually isn't even technically summer yet. So if we continue to see these temperatures throughout the summer, I'm not sure if those results are something we can rely on continuing on. So at this point in time, we're not looking at uninstalling anybody's tank or decreasing water delivery until we can really see if those water levels are going to remain stable. That kind of goes on into the next issue out there in the Courts and Stent, which is the contamination issue. Environmental Health has tested 72 wells. Out of those 72 wells, 48 of them have had confirmed contamination, either with high levels of arsenic or nitrates in the water. A fourth round of testing was done on May 31st. We're currently waiting for those results to be received back. They are at the California Department of Public Health laboratory in Richmond. So as soon as we get those results back, we will actually be able to better see how far on the east and west side of Jacksonville Road that the contamination is spreading. So far, we have a very good idea about where it's localized within the Courts and Stent area, north and south, but we really don't know how far out those levels are going east and west. So hopefully with this round of testing, this will give us a little bit better idea. To assist residents out there that do have contaminated wells, we have been approved. Our bottled water emergency assistance program was approved by the State Water Resources Control Board. We were approved for $29,000, which will last, the funding lasts until April 30th of 2018. Currently, we have 8 people receiving emergency bottled water on that program. However, we do expect that level to increase as we get those new test results back. Our environmental health director is pretty sure that we're going to be seeing some increase in contamination. So we do have that as an option for folks. It is income dependent. So I think if you make over about $48,000 a year, you're ineligible to receive that bottled water assistance. So we do have forms that Public Health and I have sent out to residents in the area to have them sign up for that. So the next thing is the TUD pipeline extension, which is very exciting news. We finally got approved for our pipeline extension project out in the Courts Stent area. We've been working on that since November of 2015, and it was approved on May 23rd. So just to kind of go over some of the the highlights of that, it's actually approximately 2.3 miles of additional pipeline. There is a map that I have attached to your staff memos that actually shows the exact area that the pipeline will be going through. It will start at Carly Lane. It will kind of horseshoe around. It will go cross country, horseshoe around and connect on Dutch Mine Road. And then it will go up Dutch Mine Road. There will be 2 laterals up Court Street, and I'm trying to remember the other street up there. Cindy Court and Court Street, and then it will will connect at Jacksonville Road and follow south down into Stent. So right now, TUD estimates there's approximately 70 plus new connections that will be out there. There will be a cost to homeowners. They're not approximately sure how much that cost will be. It will depend on what the bids come back for the project. But one good thing we do have is we're going to be working with Terry Cox, who does our CDBG grants, and there is a lateral assistance program that we're going to be applying for that will actually help pay for private lateral fees to connect to the TUD pipeline once the project is finished. So we will have some assistance for homeowners out there that want to connect and just cannot financially afford it. And the funding is coming through State Water Resources Control Board as well as the Department of Water Resources. State Water Resources Control Board has 2 funding streams they're using. One is cleanup and abatement. That is for the contamination portion. And then the other one is the Public Water System Drought Emergency Response Funding. And then DWR also has, Department of Water Resources also has funding through emergency drought. So with that, I'd like to recommend that the resolution for drought emergency be continued. And if there's any questions, I'm here to answer them.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Just a comment. I just want to commend staff for keeping after that. I mean, this is so helpful for those people. It's unbelievable that it actually came forward. So really thank you.
We're excited. Yeah, thank you.
Yep. I would like to echo Supervisor Gray's comments. And I think you pretty much cleared unsupervised solo, huh?
Well, I'm not done yet.
Okay.
Not bad, 1.6 million first time out, huh?
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, would you like a motion to continue the local state of emergency?
Sure. Okay, I've got a motion by Supervisor Gray and a second by Supervisor Royce. I'll open it up for public comment. Don't everybody run at once. Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? 5-0.
Thank you.
Can you read item 25, please?
Consideration of approving plans and specifications for the Tuolumne County Jail Access Road and Transit Center project and authorizing call for bids, with the bids due at 2 p.m. in the Board of Supervisors chambers on July 14th, 2016.
Hello, Mo.
Hi, good afternoon. It's exciting to be here in front of you today. Both Darren and I are real excited that this project is moving forward. Before you today are the plans and specifications for the Regional Transit Center and work done on extending Justice Center Drive all the way through where it'll meet up eventually with Gardella Ranch Road, and then also putting a driveway and all the utilities in to the jail project that's coming up the following year. So this past year, Darren and his staff and the CAO's office has been working with HMC Architects to put together the programming and the plans and specs for this project. As we said, this will be the second project that will go on to the Law and Justice Center campus and start bringing that whole campus to life. The scope of work for this project entails the construction of one 1,345 square feet transit building, 520 square feet of a bus station, or a bus shelter, improvements, like I just mentioned, on the extension of Justice Center Drive. We will have at the end of that drive a turnaround bulb for the buses to be able to efficiently get in and out of the property. We will then also rough grade what we know as the Justice Center, a Justice building property. That's the property between Justice Center Drive and what will become the new jail property that we have, and so we'll get that in, and as I said, put in the driveway to that facility. This project is funded by both TCTA funds and county general funds. The estimated project cost is, skipping around here, is $3,351,188, of which TCTA's portion is $1,377,222, and the county's portion is $1,974,166. The plans and specs have been approved by the Community Resource Agency, and the plans are available at Sonora Blueprint, where there's waiting for me to call them to release them. If your board approves this project, bids will be due July 14th, 2016. A notice to proceed will be issued August 8th, and we anticipate construction completion February 10th. With this, Darren and I are asking that your board approve the plans and specifications for the Tuolumne County Jail Access Road and Transit Center project, and authorize the call for bids due 2 o'clock in the afternoon in your board's chambers on July 14th, 2016. I'm here to answer any questions.
Mo, would you please hold up those, if you can lift them?
So this is the spec book that myself and and the plans you have that both myself and Carlin Dribdahl from County Counsel's office and also Ann Frem from Risk Management have gone through word for word and make sure it's what we need. And yeah, Supervisor Royce has the plans. So those are the plans.
I just want to disclose that I did not read every page of those.
Okay.
I did.
Thank you.
No.
But
I have.
That's why we have to have faith in staff, and I know that was a tremendous amount of work for council and for everybody to go through that. So again, thanks for all the hard work.
Great. What's exciting is I've already heard from Sonora Blueprint. There's already 3 contractors that are waiting, and why can't we have the plans yet? And it's not until your board authorizes it. So they're waiting and holding for them. So it's exciting. I think Darren and I are hoping for really good bids.
Okay. Yeah. Anyone else on the board? Public comment? Oh, Darren.
Mr. Chair, just want to take a minute to recognize that early on we were way out of budget. The price of the project had grown by over $500,000, and I just want to personally thank Supervisor John Gray and Councilman Bill Kenny, for helping out, working with our architects, and bringing those costs down by about $360,000 and helping us with the budget and bringing everything in line so we can get this out to bid today.
And we got 10%. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
That's it.
Okay. Public comment? Okay. Bring it back to the board.
Mr. Chairman, I move we approve the plans and specifications for the Tuolumne County Jail Access Road and Transit Center project and authorize a call for bids due at 2 p.m. in the Board of Supervisors chambers on July 14th, 2016.
Second.
I have a motion by Supervisor Gray and a second by Supervisor Royce. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? 5-0.
Nice job.
Thanks, Mo, and once again, welcome back. Okay, item 27, please.
Consideration of approving a recruitment plan for the new Community Resource Agency Director.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, it was late last month that Ms. Bev Shane gave us a lot of advance notice of her plans to retire in January of 2017. Bev has been the only community resource agency director the county's had. That agency was created in 2011, and she's been able to do a good job just given her knowledge of county staff, all of our policies. She's a good manager because that's a large agency with diverse things that they do, and it's going to be hard to fill her shoes. But again, she's given us time to talk about the recruitment, exactly what it is you want to recruit for, and then to go about that business with time to make changes as we go along. Anyway, there's three areas I just wanted to touch upon as we talk about, looking at recruiting Bev's, successor. First would be whether or not your board wants to maintain, modify, or otherwise unbundle the Community Resource Agency. It took a lot to bring it together. It would take a lot to, pull it apart. We talk about that. That's first area. The second would be there's been interest expressed in just reviewing the county's current system for appointing, supervising, evaluating, disciplining your department heads. So we have that in here. And then lastly would be it's a draft recruitment plan for the new CRA director, or it could be modified if, say, we wanted to go in the direction of two smaller agencies similar to what we had before. So those are the three categories. So I was going to take them in that order and see what comments the board may have as we move forward, because it makes a difference of almost each succeeding section. So first, under the area of do you want to maintain, modify, or unbundle the Community Resource Agency? Just by way of reminder, the CRA was created in 2011 with two primary objectives. First, this issue that we're still dealing with, road funding. It was starting to show up, the lack of road funds. I know we were looking at having to take out more road crews and the materials that they relied upon due to the decline of funding. And then the second was it was an opportunity to streamline some of our development processes. And it goes, I'm not going to read the memo, but it does talk about it. I believe we've been successful in avoiding significant cuts up to this point as a result of this consolidation. And I do feel very strongly that we've been able to streamline some of our development processes that previously were not possible with the two agencies. And there's evidence I've provided in the packet, that from an independent organization that came in and look at what we did, that also said that the consolidation of the creation of the CRA and the things that have been done were noteworthy and helpful in streamlining our development processes. I also provided background on the documents, the memos that led to the creation of the CRA, and also a one-year review that I was asked to do. And again, the one-year review basically said it was accomplishing its mission. There was still work to be done, but the actual savings were even slightly greater than what I had projected. I projected just something under $400,000, and indeed the savings by having the Community Resource Agency was closer to $500,000 a year. So at this point, I'm just going to pause and see what the board's will is. We could move forward with a CRA and recruit for that. We could tweak it as we're in process of recruiting, or you could direct that we're going to split the agency, back up and proceed with two department heads instead of the one.
Supervisor Gray. My opinion, in that we already facing shortage of funds, that it seems to be working the way it well now. If we can find a right person, it seems like the best way to go. So I would be in favor of trying to recruit someone that could handle it as it is designed right now.
Supervisor Handout?
Yeah, first of all, let me just comment. This is a really, really important recruitment. That this position or positions kind of dictate a lot of what we're about in this county, and I want to make sure we get this right. Let me just put it that way. I mean, we rely a lot on our CRA and roads people, and so I've always been a bit concerned. I understand what you said, Supervisor Gray, about cost, but I've always been a bit concerned about the span of control and the importance here, and that we don't miss things. And I'm not sure whether it's easier to find someone who can do all of this, or there's some easier to find people that can, two separate people can do the job and do it well. I'm inclined the other way, and that is to find two people. I think the recruitment might be easier, and I think we don't diminish the importance of either aspect, community development or roads in this county. And while I know road funding's been down, we're doing the right things and chasing it, and other counties are too. I'm hoping the road funding will come back up, and then it becomes a bigger issue with us. So I'm concerned, but I do think this is an important thing, and we as a board need to be engaged in this process.
Okay. My concern with the current structure really has to go more to what our I guess influence or our ability to coordinate. CRA as it sits right now, to me, is two pretty diverse. Actually, it's more than just two, but there's two pretty diverse subject matter areas of subject matter expertise. You've got public works, and you've got community development, and while there's some usefulness in having those merged, I'm concerned that we're going to have somebody that's either a community development person that, as talented as they might be, is overseeing public works, but they really aren't going to be as well versed in that, or vice versa, depending on what person you hire into that position. I think both of those are important enough subject areas in government. I mean, they're the two parts of local government that most closely impact, other than maybe health and human services, but most closely impact, most closely interface with the public of anything that we really do on a day-to-day basis. And I think there's value in, I'm just thinking of things like state associations, and I know county council participates in her state association. I know you participate in yours. It's different when you're going in fully credentialed in the subject area, working with your peers, than it is if you're just kind of representing the county, but you don't really carry the credentials and everything. So I'm a little concerned about that. I echo the span of control issue. I am concerned about the cost. I agree with Supervisor Gray. We just got done talking about money and not having enough. So those are my thoughts. Supervisor Brennan.
Yeah, just one quick point, because initially that was a concern of mine, and I had a conversation with Mr. Pedro and learned that probably more counties operate using one individual than I was aware of. And so I guess it was not as uncommon as I had initially thought. It's very difficult to know if this needs to be split or not, because I don't have a sense of what a candidate pool is.
Could I just add something? I'm probably the only supervisor here that has experienced it both ways. Because when I first came on, we had split departments. Okay. And I just want to read this little excerpt here from page 70. The county has achieved tremendous success in developing business-friendly and streamlined development process. Its mission, goals, and management have been effectively aligned to accomplish this. We would not have been able to do that if we had had it under the way that it was with the split department. I believe that we had the right person. Now, there's the key, is having the right person that was able to pull all that together and manage it. So it's
and again, I don't know if this is a realistic request or not, but given the timeline, if the process is initiated looking for one individual, and if we do not, because again, I am anticipating that this board is going to be fully engaged in this process, and if we are not satisfied with the pool of candidates that are brought forward, then would there be the time to split it into two positions?
Yeah, the schedule that is provided in this, if we followed it, and it could be expedited depending upon what direction you want to go, but it would still allow for another 3 months at the end of the process that's outlined in this report. If we even move, we could, if a decision was made sooner, I could probably give you 3.5 months, and I think we could do a recruitment at that point. So that's the timing. We still have the fiscal issue, what to deal with, but there would be time. That's the advantage of what Bev's done by giving us that notice. We could run one recruitment, not be satisfied, then you could split and run a second.
One of the questions that I would have, because I don't know the answer, on counties that have merged the two, it would be interesting to know, in our case, we merged the two and basically did away with 2 department heads and made 2 into 1, okay? How many of those counties that have a CRA-like body have a public works director underneath that person and a community development director underneath that person? Well,
and it's funny you say, I really wish Bev was thinking it's good she's not here today, and kind of be good if she was here today, because that's one area, listening to the concerns of the board, that is a hybrid of what could be done, is something like that, someone who's that quasi-director underneath the agency head. And that was something that she would offer as one of those modifications, rather than a total unbundling, that we could look at something like that. And we could do that with the recruitment and process. And her thought on that was, and I really wish she was here today to talk about it, is that could actually maybe assist in the recruitment, because then people would know they'd have that strength underneath as well. And I don't want to imply anything negative. I think as I do come in, not to imply anything negative with the staff, but I think it's a valid point. Your board's raised that before, and that was one of Bev's thoughts, is to reorganize underneath so that you'd have that strength in both all major areas.
Well, I'm not sure. Well, first of all, is it okay if I open it up to public comment? Okay, public comment.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Rotifer and members of the board. I am Terry Brela. I've been a resident of Tuolumne County for 34 years, and I work as an architectural historian. I'm appearing before your board today because I noticed that the panel who will be reviewing candidates for your position of Community Resources Agency Director, however it ends up being formulated, fails to include any representatives from the cultural or natural resources professions. We have been extremely blessed over the past 30-plus years to have had Jim Newsom, followed by Bev Shane, in charge of our planning and then resource agencies. Under their leadership, Tuolumne County was designated by the California Office of Historic Preservation as a certified local government. Because of the county's active and continuing preservation efforts, we were the first county in California to be named a Preserve America community by First Lady Laura Bush and the National Park Service in 2008. It seems to me that the interests of a large number of Tuolumne County residents are being overlooked in the composition of your panel, as suggested. In view of the county's many natural and historical resources, as well as the importance of heritage tourism to our economy, I strongly urge your board to add professionals in the fields of natural and cultural resources. We need their input to select the best qualified person to head the CRA. Now, listen to your current discussion. I could have modified those remarks somewhat, but it seems to me that we're looking at a considerable amount of brain drain over the next couple of years. And I urge you to keep those upcoming retirements in mind.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With respect to this piece, I don't have enough information right now, but I might recommend, if it's the consensus of the board, or we can vote on it. But I think when you come back on the 21st, which was your plan, right? Maybe you come back with 3 options, okay? One would be to maintain the status quo. One would be to, as you said, unbundle. And the third one would be that hybrid that you were discussing, and put some rough costs to them. And then we can make a determination at that point. I don't know. Does anybody feel really in a position to make a final decision? Go ahead. You haven't spoken.
I'm trying to think about what the pros and cons would be either way. I think the challenges with separate departments is you have 2 separate individuals competing for, well, potentially they're competing for budgeting, and they're not always going to be on the same page. The advantage I see beyond just budget, but more along the lines of function, is Public Works deals with actual task of managing our public infrastructure, and they deal with actually doing projects, and they also have the engineering side of that. So they're doing, the procurement end of things. They also deal with development to some degree, because they deal with people applying for projects when you're subdividing and so forth, and you're trying to come up with mitigation measures and conditions on projects. They deal with that. The community development side deals with, they're the regulatory body basically, and you have the composition of building and planning and environmental health and all these things. At one time, they were all actually their own departments as well, and were combined into community development. I honestly think it comes down to the individuals, the quality of the person that you're dealing with. It could be better either way, depending on who the people are. Okay. The improvements I want to see as we move forward is accountability to the board, and the board's ability to have influence upon the department, both in a policy way, budgetary way, and in a cultural way. And those things are what I want to accomplish. How we do that, I'm open-minded to, and I think your proposal is probably the best option, because I don't think we have enough information with what we're looking at.
Okay.
And I want to give staff some credit. We have made a lot of progress as far as streamlining processes, becoming economic, more pro-economic development and so forth. And I don't want to lose those things. But I also want to think about how we can continue to improve and do better. So.
Okay. And Craig, maybe since while he was talking, I thought maybe add like a fourth alternative that would be go one way with the possibility of migrating to another way if we didn't find the right individual. In other words, go for one hire, possibly with, if we can't find that one, then we would go to 2. Does that make sense?
I'm kind of clear, because that's kind of the way this was laid out, and it was set up to have this discussion, no pressure to decide today, but if you wanted to, you could go after the one.
Okay.
And there'd be time. That's
okay.
what I think Sherry was getting at. Would there be time to do a second recruitment, splitting it? And there would be if we moved probably need to get after it at the next meeting.
Sure.
Or we'd lose that window.
I think we can be prepared to do that if you've got the information that we need. Supervisor Handel.
And just talking to our counterparts at both RCRC and CSAC, but mostly RCRC, I think you'll find that we have a lot of competition with their counties for positions like this right now because they all seem to be going through leadership rollover, changeover, and so it's really important we get with us and do it right.
Baby boomers.
But we're the best county, Randy.
Yeah.
So,
I have no problem.
mean,
You don't have to
that's,
sell me on that, Supervisor Craig. I know that, and we're recognized as being the best county. But, you know, that sets a pretty high standard for those people.
Yep. Okay, so you got that piece?
I got that piece.
Okay.
Okay, second piece. And some of this we've had discussions because it's relevant to my evaluation. But just wanted to have this. I was asked to just bring this before you so that there's awareness because this board collectively has not gone through. We don't have that many board-appointed department heads, so it's just a kind of refresher is how does this work in the area of appointment, supervision, evaluation, and disciplining. And what I've done is just extracted the key components of the ordinance code that puts a lot of the recruitment it's one of my responsibilities, but the actual appointment is the board's authority. So I just help organize the recruitment, bring quality candidates before you, make a recommendation, but it's up to the board of whoever it is that they want to hire. And then the day-to-day supervision things falls to me, whether it's the one or the two, along with evaluations. I've shared with boards in the past some thoughts I've had to get some of that high-quality input from the board to help me in my evaluating of department heads. And then as far as disciplining, that falls into the realm of the CAO, but if it ever reached a point where there's going to come to termination, it says I've got to come before you and have that discussion with the board before doing such a thing. And then just put in here just as a reminder that there's 4 department heads now that fall into this category: the CRA director, the Human Services Agency director. We've got to take a deep breath. Agricultural Commissioner, Sealer of Weights and Measures, Air Pollution Control Officer, and Director of Animal Control, Mr. Stockwell, back there with the broad shoulders. All that's under him. And then the Public Defender. And then you do appoint county council myself, but that's a separate, process, not quite the same thing. Some members have just asked generically, what does that will, really mean? And class specs does talk, and some of those about serving at the pleasure of the appointing authority, being your board. I don't know if that's just enough background right now. If you'd like to have things clearer about your appointing and disciplining kind of activities, that's something you could just ask council and I to work together, on and come back another day.
Okay.
I leave it to the board how much you want to get into that.
Okay. Comments? Anybody?
I do not want to be the supervisor of the CRA department.
No.
So,
nor do I. But I do think that I have some concerns. I've voiced them both to Mr. Pedro and County Council. And I do think that we need to look at our county codes on how we want soup to nuts on board-appointed department heads. I'm with Supervisor Gray all the way. I don't want to be in the business of doing performance reviews on those people because I don't feel like I'm qualified. I don't have the visibility into their day-to-day things. I'm fine with that piece of it. But the other things I think bear some reviewing, and I've got something that I'll share a little bit later as we go on how maybe we might want to do that. But one thing I will say is I think that if we're going, and this comes from some discussions that I've had with County Council, if we're going to make changes because of the nature of what might have to occur in terms of those changes. It might be good to be doing some of those changes in concert with the hiring, I'll call it an operation, but the process of hiring someone. So it might be good to kind of do those efforts in parallel at this time. I'll just go ahead and I'll go ahead and share what I would really like to propose. I'm okay with the hiring process that you've outlined, but I will hearken back to a comment made by Supervisor Brennan. I think that this is a golden opportunity, not just this particularly hire, but we're going to have other hiring opportunities here in the next 3 to 4 years just through the normal course of retirement attrition. And we've all been talking about that for a while. And I think it's a golden opportunity for us, the board, to make some constructive, positive, I don't want to call them changes, improvements. It's a little bit of both, but in really put a culture in place in the county that's going to endure for a while. That's not a negative statement about the current culture or anything like that, but it is an opportunity that few boards ever have, and it's certainly a one-time shot for this board. So what I'm inclined to do is to establish an ad hoc committee to work with staff to kind of guide the recruitment process in this particular case, but also to work with the staff to develop those proposed ordinance code changes, terms of employment, phasings of those things, whatever, how do we kind of over the course of the next 3 to 4 years as we hire more people, how do we constructively improve the way that we hire, supervise? I don't think we too often at that level have a discipline problem, but if it happens, how do we do that? I think, again, this is a golden opportunity. So I am inclined, and I'll withhold actually pushing affirmatively for it right now, but I do want that to be on the discussion docket on the 21st when we bring this back. But I do want board involvement in this. There's probably other than Ann over in Health and Human Services, there's nobody that touches people's lives in this county near as much as the person that either is or will be in the future in Bev Shane's position. So this is a really important hire, and I'm really strongly inclined to have active board involvement, soup to nuts on this. And I'm done. Evan.
Yeah. I was just thinking about this while you were talking, and thinking about the CRA as a department, and with such an enormous span of control, I would like, I don't want to manage the department, I don't want to micromanage, but I do want to have more involvement in the future, and an ability to, we have basically two people that report to us. We have county council and we have CAO. And I mean, there's all kinds of, you've got department heads that are electeds, and then you have department heads that are appointed. This particular position is, in my opinion, one of the most critical ones that has to do with a lot of the goals and objectives of this board and how we implement our policies. It's a position that oversees our constitution of our county, our general plan, deals with our ordinances. They do a lot of drafting of the ordinances. And I think there needs to be more involvement directly with the board. And I feel like if especially if we keep it as one department, the more I think about it, I think that's okay. I think what I would like to see in the future is just that direct connection. The board sets policies, the board establishes the budgets, and we also need to make sure that on down the line, our employees are they're held accountable for the direction of the board. And when I talked about it earlier, I talked about culture. I want to see the board have the ability to do evaluations on that position. I think the CAO also needs to do that, and I think they're separate things. But that position, we don't have direct connection with all the divisions of that department, and we don't have. It's difficult for us to be able to know the inside and out problems down at the line level of what's being dealt with. Having that kind of direct connection, I think, will give us more insight. I think it will give us a better ability to have accountability, and I want to see that change.
Supervisor Gray.
Yeah, I just, on that same line, I just want to remind the board of the position that we are as supervisors. You know, we do have a certain amount of liability, but I do not want to take on any personal liability. We have to make sure that when something is something that we're doing, we're not getting in the middle of it where it's going to cause us as individuals problems. So I rely on counsel to guide us in such a way that I'm not going to get sued for somebody leaving.
And I think there are ways, and this is why I'd like the ad hoc committee to, if we go that route, to deal with this and come with some recommendations, because I think there are some hybrids that you can do that, short of, we're doing the performance reviews. Maybe we have input to the performance reviews that we may or may not choose to make. Okay, it's sort of a pull system rather than a push system. Maybe we have some increase. Maybe we can mechanize something whereby we have increased visibility into the results of the performance reviews in situations where we feel we need it, as opposed to the current situation. But that's something that I would like to see fleshed out a little bit more, because I agree with everything you're saying. As I said, nobody touches
It's the detail.
And
how it's done.
nobody touches our people. Nobody has a more impactful input into the citizens' view of our county culture than that position, or positions if we go with two. So, but I think those are things that could be worked out in an ad hoc committee with staff support. Supervisor Brennan.
So I think that's the first time I heard you say the word ad hoc committee, and I see some benefits in doing that. We heard some comments earlier, but in considering the timeliness of this, and if we're going through a process, where we may be having two stages if we don't find the right individual, I guess I'm asking if you have thought about this and if you would be appointing, and if there is consensus to do that, if we should move ahead on that.
Yeah, I very strongly want to have an ad hoc committee formed, and yes, I have thought about it. I really very strongly want board influence, if you will. Oversight's probably too strong a word, but maybe not. Over the two aspects of it. One is the hiring process itself. I'm not really comfortable with just getting 2, 3, 4, 5 names, some finite number of names for us to interview and base a hiring on. I think we ought to have influence on the what's put out, what's advertised for, what some of the expectations are for people that are competing for the position. And I also want to address, I very strongly want to address the things that Supervisor Royce was talking about in terms of how do we restructure our supervision chain and everything as we hire new people in. It may be that we hire this person or two people or whatever it is in under different terms than we've hired department heads in the past, as a migration to a new way of doing business. So I don't know. I'm not smart enough to do it right now off the top of my head. That's why I want to do an ad hoc committee. So Supervisor Hanville.
Yeah, one last comment in light of listening to all this, and there's an issue that's bothered me since I've been a supervisor, and it's hard to change that with personalities that already exist, but we've all talked about what an opportunity this is that a lot of us don't get as holding these positions. But one of the issues is we set goals.
Speak into the mic, please, sir.
We set goals, and I've never felt comfortable with knowing that the department heads, not just CRA, but department heads in general, put together their goals in strict compliance with what we do and what we want to have happen, and that, in fact, we're moving along those lines. And I think we need to find a way to make sure that happens.
Supervisor Rice.
I think I like your idea a lot. I want to see more board involvement with this. This position is one of the most critical ones, and in my opinion, in how it's going to affect people. We've said it over and over, and I think that will result in a better process, more confidence in the selection with the community, and
okay.
I think that's a good idea.
Okay, so is this consensus that I can form an ad hoc committee and?
It's not on the agenda.
Pardon me?
Or is it, I was asking county council if it's something that is.
Is there?
Well, it's not specifically part of the agenda recruitment plan, but given the chair's authority, you could separately appoint outside of the meeting.
Okay, separately appoint outside the meeting? Mm-hmm. Okay, I'll do that.
And as part of that, so can we have the ad hoc committee work to go through this in more detail?
Yeah.
Because we'll insert that component
Sure.
of it into the process.
Okay. Did you have a third part?
I do, but I'm just going to say what I'm thinking is, and I don't want to sound adverse to an ad hoc, but if the idea is get involved, do it now, and get a bunch of all these things ironed out, we're not going to get this recruitment out. We'll definitely get to the point we got to do one, not possibly two, because it's just going to take time to do all of what you're describing before we even start a recruitment, regardless if it's one or two.
I think you're going to be able to start the recruitment while you're doing some of this other stuff.
Okay, well, if that's the case, but I'm hearing even what we put out into advertisement and stuff
Sure.
like that, and just trying to be very practical. We're trying to get the budget out of here too.
Okay. Well, I don't anticipate an invasive process, but I do anticipate some involvement. So.
Okay. All right. Well,
And I just want to point out that some of this may require changes to your ordinance code, and as your board knows, you need a first reading, a second reading,
Sure.
and then it has to go into effect. So just keep that in mind as we're going through this process. There will also be more education and information from my office to the two supervisors who will be appointed to the ad hoc, because labor and employment law are very complicated. They're ever changing, and I want to ensure that you understand
Sure.
liability risks that go along with taking on a more involved role in supervising department heads. So I know that's part of the discussion, but I want to
Sure.
make sure I have ample time to provide that to you all.
Okay. Part three.
Part three. And this would hold true, well, let me just start. We looked at the class specification, and we do have one that's just newly been redone, for the Community Resource Agency. Part of what's going through my mind, if we do split out, then I need to have them start having HR work on new class specifications potentially, for Public Works Director, Community Development Director. Not a problem, just going to take some time. And then the second component was the one area, the current position that we have, the CRA Director, as your board is aware, the compensation study shows it as being under market by approximately 16%. And my sense is if you really want a good quality person, we're in competition, for these positions, that we ought to be looking at making that adjustment so that we're recruiting at a market rate versus what we have today. At minimum, it would be if we put it out with today's salary, we'd want to at least let them know that we're looking at it. I think it would be more effective from an advertising recruiting standpoint if we actually came out with the higher salary on this, because it is a high stakes position, and the salary ought to communicate that.
Okay. I don't think you can get much argument.
Okay.
And you can include that in your figures for the 21st
Got
as well.
it. So that means we're going to survey quickly, for
Yeah.
Public Works and CDD. Public Works would be more traditional. CDD is a bit of a hybrid, but we'll do the best we can.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and ask for any more public comment. Okay. Do you have what you need, Mr. Pedro?
I guess so.
Okay.
I guess we're not. Just direction on the panels. Is that all in abeyance right now? That's something that we've used effectively in the past.
I think we're going to go with the process. I think again, I don't know until the ad hoc committee. They may start going down that path and want to come back to the board for a different path. But I don't have any problem with the process. I just want to make sure that throughout that process, and I think that my sentiment is shared by some people on the board, if not all of them. I think that we want to make sure that we're recruiting to the right qualifications. We're looking for the right kind of people with the right values that are going to reflect this board's priorities and this board's culture, for lack of a better word.
Right.
Okay.
And that's fine. And the exact composition of these, we have time,
Sure.
for that. As I've mentioned to a couple that have asked me, I'm looking at another list of at least another 10 organizations that could be represented on these panels, and you can't have that.
No, but
so it's hard.
But I do think that the composition of the panels is also up for
Right.
review as well. I don't want to foreclose anything right now.
Sure, and that's fine.
Okay. Are we done with this?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does any member of the board have a urgent report that they just absolutely feel like they need to make? I'm looking. Okay. Then we will dispense with item 28. Will you please read item 29A again, please?
Closed session, conference with labor negotiators Craig Pedro and Friend, Authority Government Code Section 54957.6, all bargaining units.
Any public comment on 29A? Okay, we're going to go into closed session now. We do not anticipate reporting anything out, and otherwise we will be done for the day. Thank you very much.